Okay. The November 18th, 2015 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers, made possible through the underwriting from the Life is Beautiful Festival. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, they may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 4:30 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the rear of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or a fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your parking ticket validated by security officers when exiting. And before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by the wonderful Dr. Robert Fowler, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and remain standing for the pledge. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Eternal God and Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for the precious privilege that we have being able to live this day. We thank you for the energy, the strength, the health, and the welfare that you've given to each and every one of us. Thank you for the blessed city that we have the privilege of being able to live in, and for your blessings that you've bestowed upon our city. Thank you for covering us and guarding us and giving us guidance. We are blessed today by the council that we have that's serving before us. Your word indicates that we should respect those who govern over us, and we thank you for them, each and every one of them, from the mayor on down. We also are grateful to you for their families, which provide the support for them to serve in the capacity that they do. We pray, Father, for them today as they will move into deliberations in a few moments. We ask that you would give them the character of God, the character that has patience and understanding, the character of kindness, the character of mercy. But we also pray, Father, that you would give them the character of wisdom, that they may make decisions which will bring our city to protection and to peace and prosperity. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Fowler. And we'll continue on now with the ceremonial portion. Boy, are we colorful today. Look at this. Nobody's in harmony. Well, you and I go together pretty well. Orange. Same shoes? Got to check them all out. All right, you're all right over there. Where are we missing? Okay. Okay. Of course, we're all aware of what happened last Friday night in Paris and in France, and so we extend our common and total condolences and sympathies to all those in Paris and all those around the world and in France who were touched by this horrible, horrible terrorist attack. And I want to assure you all that there is constant vigilance here in our community and throughout the state, and feel very confident that we're just really on top of things thanks to our law enforcement and our emergency management team. But certainly we all extend condolences and sympathies and extended prayers to everyone who's been affected by this in Paris and in France and around the world. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilman Barlow, so fast. You're late getting to the meeting, and here you go first. Boy, do we take care of our own.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm never late. I was on the phone listening. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And just as the Mayor stated, I would like to also take this opportunity to ask that we all just Mayor, if you don't mind, just for us to all have a moment in silence as it relates to those around the world, not just Paris, but the United States and every country that has been affected by this awful, senseless acts by ISIS and ISIL and others that continue to abrupt the flow of how our world economy continues to flow and to improve one another's lives. And so at this point, I would just ask that we just take just a moment of silence of prayer. Thank you. Today here at City Hall, we have the opportunity each and every month to celebrate, whether it be an individual or groups that do such amazing things in the city of Las Vegas. And today, I have the distinct honor of recognizing a young man who, although he wasn't born in the state of Nevada, he was born in Oklahoma, a country boy on a farm, so he say. And he lives here in this community, and he has raised his family in this community for many, many years since then. And so at this point, the Citizen of the Month will be awarded to none other than Mr. Rodney C. Jordan. So if you'll please come forward as we recognize you as the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month. And of course, Rodney would not be who he is if it were not for his lovely wife, Emily. So I will ask that Emily, as well as his daughter, Jasmine, who's here, to please come forward and stand with your husband and father. And I don't see Chloe nor Dominique, but I'm pretty sure they're in school somewhere, right? I would like to take this time to recognize the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month, Rodney C. Jordan. Rodney is a parent, educator, entrepreneur, and the husband, of course, of Emily, and the father of three beautiful young ladies, Chloe, Jasmine, and Dominique. Rodney's professional career began with Bechtel LLC in San Francisco, California, as a project control engineer. He took advantage of several professional development opportunities to pursue his interests specific to mentoring and educational development. He quickly discovered how much this particular aspect of education fueled his passion further. He later relocated to Las Vegas and continued his mission. Currently, he is working with the intellectual disability students at West Career and Technical Academy as an instructor with the Clark County School District. Mr. Jordan is known as a people-oriented team player who serves the community and the environment in hopes of improving the educational system, processes, and implementing solutions. Rodney also is a Ward 5 representative and co-chair of the Civil Service Board for the City of Las Vegas and the Community Redevelopment Board with the City of Las Vegas as well. Rodney has more than 17 years of combined experience impacting the performance of diverse organizations through training and needs assessments. Rodney is a quiet and humble community servant. He has volunteered with my office on multiple occasions over the past several years. Year after year, we look forward to his participation along with his youth volunteers that he brings in to assist with community projects. Rodney not only has brought his group of students to partner with the Ward 5 Back to School Fair, but to include the turkey drives each and every year. Whenever we call upon Rodney for assistance, he graciously accepts and generously donates his time and efforts to ensure the success of Ward 5 events. It is residents of this kind who we need in our community and across America who are willing to go the extra mile without hesitation to improve and impart change, especially where our youth are concerned. I'm asking the mayor and the members of the Las Vegas City Council to include the audience before me to please stand with me as we recognize Mr. Rodney C. Jordan as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month. So congratulations, Rodney.
Congratulations. Look at that. Is that wonderful? Wonderful.
And also, Rodney, just so that you know, there's a sign to your immediate left, and that sign will be placed on Main Street right in front of City Hall for the entire month of, is it November through December, Jace? For at least the next 30 days? The next council meeting? Okay, at least until the next council meeting. So, right. We got your name spelled right? Well, good deal. And Rodney, if you will, just please share a few words. And I'm very proud of you and all of the work that you've done, not only for raising your family and being an intricate part of the Las Vegas community, but for all that you've done for the city of Las Vegas as a whole.
Very much. Thank you. I would definitely like to thank not only Councilman Barlow and his Ward 5 team, and of course the city of Las Vegas. I'm very excited about this. It may be small to some, but I'm very excited about it because I love what I enjoy what I do. I really love it, and as we're ever prompt here, it's my tenure. Okay, so I just enjoy what I do, and so to be recognized for it is nice. However, you know, when you have 3 daughters, you know, they exactly work for the rest of my life, as the mayor would say. But I want to make it known that I work with low-income, high-risk students and also high-income, low-esteem students. So it goes from A to Z. So we have to get involved and be a part of the solution instead of the problem. Okay, so I push that heavily. Okay, I try to lead by example because I got enough individuals behind me that are either kicking me or shoving me to say, hey, you got to keep going, keep going. So Councilman Brawley mentioned my daughter Chloe, which is a graduate of the Meadows. She's at George Washington University right now. I have another product, which is Palo Verde grad, which is at UNLV right now. So private, public, it doesn't matter. And of course, my other one, I'm on her at West Korean Technical Academy. She's there. So it doesn't matter where they came from. It's what you're doing with them, you know, in the community, and make them an asset of the community instead of a liability to society. So we need to wake up and get involved. Okay. So again, I appreciate this. This is very nice, and thank you so much.
Perfect. Good job.
So what we're going to do right now is we're going to move over and we're going to take a photo with the mayor and council and your family, Rodney, next to your sign. That will be posted outside of City Hall until the next city council meeting. How about that?
I want you all to turn around and look at this magnificent staff of marshals that are here. I just looked at you all sitting up there and thought, wow, we are so lucky here to have you. You are all the best. Right. The smallest marshal, of course, is the chief. Where are you? Buried. There she is. Okay. For our next item, I would like to invite Detention and Enforcement Director, Chief Michelle Freeman, to come on down. As you all know, our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for us all, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Christopher Fry. Christopher, come on down. Marshall Fry has been with the city, as young as Marshall Fry continues to look, since 2001. And we do have great employees here at the City of Las Vegas, but often we take for granted what our public safety officers face on a day-to-day basis. Marshall Fry was recently faced with a situation where lives were on the line, and he quickly responded to save lives without thought for his own safety. He ran toward the danger to help our citizens, and we can't express our gratitude enough for his action. You're the best. He's so cute. Okay. It is good to be a woman, I'll tell you, and I don't care if it's appropriate or not. He is very cute as well. Sorry about that, Chief. Okay, let me tell you about Officer Fry. This is very important. While on patrol recently, he came upon an apartment complex on fire. He rushed to the burning apartment and was met by a wall of flames. He called out, and when no one answered, he noticed that the adjoining apartment door was ajar. He entered that apartment, which was filled with smoke, and was able to help the people who were inside to escape. Because of Marshall Fry's actions, no citizens were injured, and the complex was able to be evacuated. Through the entire ordeal, Marshall Fry remained calm and showed he was a true hero as he assisted our citizens. Marshall, I want to thank you for all that you do to safeguard our community, and I can't think of a more deserving Employee of the Month. I want to make sure that you are presented with this award, the Employee of the Month, and then I know that while we're so proud and grateful to you, the City Council, and me as mayor, I know someone that is also bursting with pride, our great Chief Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And, I feel really privileged to be standing up here with Deputy Marshal Fry, and I'm so incredibly proud of our Deputy City Marshal whole unit. And really, what an example that Deputy City Marshal Fry did to represent the unit. And really, when we take on this position, it truly, I believe, is a calling. And what better representation was what you did to show that you're going towards danger where everybody else is going to go away from danger. And you don't even think about it. And let me tell you that I speak with Fry all the time on the outside, and this is like nothing. It's humble. He's humble about it, and it's just part of his job is what he's saying. And it's almost like he doesn't want to be standing here and receiving this recognition, and you deserve this recognition. And you deserve it because you did it without even thinking. That's what you're here for. That's what you do. And I'm so proud and privileged to be part of this wonderful team. And thank you so much. There's no better example of building communities to make life better than what you did. Thank you.
Okay. You don't escape without a few words. Come on. All right. Let me give you a lead-in. When you saw the fire, was your heart beating extra fast or not? Well, it's yours. Tell us about it.
I just want to say thank you, Chief Freeman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the award. And I just want to recognize Dave Golden and Dave Compson, who arrived on the scene, who helped me evacuate the area and keep the perimeter safe. Thank you all very much.
Let me have them come up. Thank you. Please, you deserve to be part of this. Wonderful. Come on down. It's easy to rush into buildings, but it's not easy to come down here to the front of council chambers. How are you? Do you want to say something about that day? No. Thank you very much for all that you do. We're so proud of you all. Thank you. Thank you, Marshall. They really, all of our marshals deserve such applause. We are so grateful every minute for what you do. Thank you and congratulations. Do we want a picture? We have a sign. Back over to the sign. Come on over to the sign. Okay. Thank you. How are you? Appreciate it. For our next item, I want to recognize one of our schools here in the city of Las Vegas. Believe it or not, John C. Fremont Middle School's principal, Ann Schiller. Where are you? Come on down. You don't get to sit there cozy. Come on down. Right, to join us. Principal Schiller oversees about 900 students, 43 teachers in Ward 3 school. I mean, this is so exciting. Along with celebrating its 60th anniversary, the school will also be marking 8 years of partnership with UNLV as the only professional development school in the city. Principal Schiller, thank you so much for being here, and if Councilman Barlow doesn't stop talking, I'm going to hit him with this thing in my hand. You missed the whole accolades because you did. Shall I read from the top? Oh, look at this. Is wonderful. They were listening, I know, because they're so good. Oh, that's good. Are they great? Yes, she does, so be careful. Okay, so let me continue. You know what? All right, we're going to do this all over again. Yes? Yes. For the next item, I want to recognize one of our schools here in the city of Las Vegas, John C. Fremont Middle School. Is that your school? Are you proud? Yes. Yes? Yes? Loudly, yes? Yes. Oh. And anyway, Principal Ann Schiller here. She's the lucky one. On the 60th anniversary, she oversees 900 students with 43 teachers. And she has been for the past 8 years in partnership with UNLV as the only professional development school in this city. So we thank you for being here and for all you do to educate our youth. And we have a proclamation today, making today, what's today? Who knows what day it is? Do we know what it is? It's November 18th is what it is, okay? Just for those of you who didn't know. It is John C. Fremont Middle School Day in the city of Las Vegas, and so says this proclamation. On behalf of the mayor and city council, we have made it that day, and we understand that the school has a big celebration being planned for tomorrow. Are we all invited? Yes. Is there food? Because Councilman Anthony only comes if there's food. But we want to hear more about what you do. We congratulate you all on this exciting day. Want to hear a little bit more, too, about what the professional development you do with UNLV. So, Principal, you the lucky lady.
I am the happiest principal, as you are the happy mayor. Yes. John C. Fremont, you know, a lot of discussion earlier about the neighborhood around Sahara and Maryland Parkway, and we are at Maryland Parkway in St. Louis. We serve a wide range of downtown, including Naked City. We have, honestly, the most polite, the nicest students. who are so involved in their school. We have wonderful parents and an incredible, incredible staff. We are part of the Downtown Achieves initiative as well. And one of the unique things about John C. Fremont School, not only that we are turning 60 and having our celebration tomorrow, and I will say, Miss Donna Toussaint was a student on the first day of school when the school opened in 1955, and she's here with us.
And how about Mr. John Mowbray?
And Mr. John Mowbray, okay, were you there as well?
Come on up. If I may
Oh,
borrow
yes.
yours.
Oh.
This wonderful man, attorney who was born and raised here, his father, Justice John Mowbray, has been such a heartbeat to this community all these years. But tell us about your involvement with John C. Fremont, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Nice to meet you. My journey, my formal education began
We want you on television.
60 years ago on East St. Louis. It ended up 20 years later with a doctorate degree from the University of Notre Dame. I came back to practice law. I still remember my kindergarten teacher, Ms. Dora Moskin, and a nice bookend event when I began my private practice. Who was one of my first clients? Miss Moskin. And I have John C. Fremont. It was then an elementary school, not a middle school, to thank for that. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Please stay up here with us.
Yeah,
because
please
we're
stay.
gonna have-
So the other part of us being the luckiest school, besides all the staff and the students, we do have an 8-year partnership with the University of Las Vegas, and Dr. Jory Beck from UNLV is here joining us as well. We mentor student teachers. We mentor them at John C. Fremont, and we are turning out quality teachers in the Clark County School District. We are the only school that has that partnership, and we are one of the only schools that has a full staff. We have no substitutes. I'm sure you've seen things in the news. It is just a wonderful school to work at and to be a part of. And we thank Mayor Goodman, who also visited us about 3 years ago, we remember, our garden. And we also had made AYP, and the staff is still talking about when you came to visit us that day. So we thank you so much for this proclamation, and the council as well. Thank you.
So we are just really excited and proud of you all. And so what grade? Seventh. All right. Your first names only and the grade you're in.
Jasmine, 7th grade.
Ashley, 7th grade.
Suzanne, 7th grade.
Alaska, 7th grade.
Well, who's minding the 7th grade class?
Mercedes, 7th grade.
Oh, my goodness. Are we 7th grade over here, too?
Yeah. Karime, 7th grade.
Julianne, 7th grade.
Sharia, 8th grade.
Oh, right. She's all. What high school next year?
Valley.
Good. Wonderful.
Giselle, 8th grade.
Aha. Where are you going next year?
Valley.
Valley.
Dolte, 8th grade.
Wonderful. Are they going to be lucky to have you all? And then next year you become the big power in the school. Love it. So we congratulate you. This is simply wonderful. And did you also attend there by any chance, Councilman Goffin? You've been attending everywhere, almost.
I almost did. We lived across the street for a number of times. I did compete against John C. Fremont when I was in grammar school at St. Joseph's, and they were good. They were really good. I just want to say one thing. It wasn't part of the agenda, but it is something that you will see tomorrow at your, is it the reunion or it's the acknowledgement of the 60 years. The city is bringing over some illustrations of our improvements that we are making to Baker Park and to the swimming pool. So the city thinks of, and the students think of that as really part of the school, but in fact it's city property, but we're investing $10 million into rehabbing the whole thing. It's going to take a while. It's going to get a little messy over there, but I want you to know that we're all partners all the way in keeping the legacy alive. Thank you.
Good luck. I'm passing out good luck mayor chips because I know you're so entertaining that nobody would know. Anyway, congratulations. What time do the events start tomorrow?
We recommend arriving by 8:30.
Recommend by 8:30. Councilman, you know food will begin at 8:30. I'm kidding. He takes the abuse well. And anyway, thank you all. And Mr. Mowbray, you come from a great line of people. You know that. We just think you're the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful person that you are for a community. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Okay, so you want to pass these out to your staff too? Okay, so girls, if you'll keep that, and you'll probably hopefully put it in some place, really important at the school. Good luck to you, and 8th graders, good luck this year and next year. We'll watch for you. Okay, Councilman Anthony, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor to recognize a very special group of men, the Sun City Summerlin United States Tennis Association men's tennis team. So why don't you all come down here, give them a nice round of applause, because they deserve it for what they did. The Sun City Summerlin United States Tennis Association men's team played in their particular division. The United States Tennis Association 55-plus men's 7.0 division. They went 9-1 to win their particular division. So congratulations. That is absolutely awesome. But we didn't stop there. Winning their division allowed them to go to the United States Tennis Association sectional the sectional part of the tournament. That was held in Denver, Colorado during the weekend of September 25 to 27. They played teams from Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana. They won the United States Tennis Association sectional, so congratulations on that one. Absolutely awesome. That allowed them to go to the National United States Tennis Association tournament that was held in Surprise, Arizona from October 31st to November 2nd. They played some pretty tough teams from New York, Southern California, and Hawaii. And unfortunately, the title was not in the cards, as we would say here in Las Vegas. But we are very proud that you made it to the Nationals. I mean, that is a big deal. The Sun City Summerlin men's tennis team has not gone that far since 1999, the sectional. So we congratulate you for what you did. You had some heart, some competition. They're 55 and older for all you young kids out there that are sitting around watching video games. This is what you should be doing. So on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I would like to present each of you a certificate of appreciation with your names on it, and your team captain, Romulo Mejia. You go by Ratty? Ratty. Why don't you say a few words on behalf of the team?
In behalf of the team, we thank the mayor and city council for this honor. It's been 16 years since Sun City Summerlin ever won any tennis competition to go up further to sectionals and the nationals. Unfortunately, we didn't win the nationals, but we know we'll be back.
There you go. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Where are the courts that they play on?
In Sun City and all over Las Vegas. TPC, DTC, where all the other teams are.
I think we want to put you up against some young kids to play tennis so you can beat them and see how that goes. So congratulations, guys. You represent Sun City Summerlin very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Great, congratulations. Wonderful. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, for our next and final, a photo. Okay, we're all coming together for a who plays with whom? All the time. You two tall guys never play together. Nobody can get the ball over.
We have to divide.
Divide to conquer, right? Okay, let me come over here. Congratulations. So what do you rated? I was 4.5 actually. Wow. I was pretty good. Oh my gosh. I wasn't playing Okay, now we're back to Councilman Barlow, and you will be closing down this portion of the ceremonials, and then we're going to go right into our meeting since we already took a brief break.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have Michelle and Don Fabi here? Do we have them here? Oh, please come down. Please come down. I wasn't sure if you were here or not. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. I'll introduce them. And do we have any other representatives from Doolittle, the Doolittle Community Center and the Garden? If so, please come forward as well. Come forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And you all can come and please stand with me because I think this is wonderful what you all are doing to improve the quality of life and the health of our community. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Doolittle Senior Center Community Garden is located at 1200 Blankenship Avenue and was formally dedicated May 17, 1995. The garden is celebrating its 20th year, Community Garden. With wide paths and raised plant beds, the garden is open to participation by the handicapped and the elderly. The garden has served as a learning center for seniors and groups such as Operation Head Start, a program designed for disadvantaged children. Head trauma patients also have received rehabilitation services at the garden. The garden also serves as our own Lynn Mills demonstration garden for crops not normally considered to be easily grown in our Zone 9 climate. Currently growing and thriving are cotton, peanuts, sugar, beets, rice, quinoa, I can't pronounce these other, quinoa, and 5 varieties of heat-tolerant potatoes. It has 8 varieties of fruit trees, an herb garden, and a pizza garden. Pizza? I didn't know we can grow pizza in the ground. Don can grow anything. They said Don can grow anything. A pizza garden that includes spring wheat for pizza dough. In addition, the garden features warm season favorites such as okra. I like okra. A variety of greens, tomatoes, eggplant, garden beans, popcorn. Popcorn? Popcorn grows also in soil? Good deal. I like that. I thought it came out of a can. I've always gone if it came out of a can or a bottle. Popcorn and pumpkin patch. Even the cacti surrounding the outer fence produce edible fruits. In addition to fruits and vegetables, the garden harbors local wildlife. The garden has been certified as a wildlife habitat since 2007. Another important purpose of the garden is to help feed the hungry in our community. The seniors are proud of their association with the National Plant and Roll for the Hungry program. This program was initiated at the garden April 8, 2003. The gardeners have donated more than 6,600 pounds of surplus fruits and vegetables to residents in our community. Master Gardener Don Fabi has worked with the Doolittle Garden since its inception. He has volunteered his time, effort, and expertise to educate the gardeners and to make the Doolittle Community Center garden spectacular and successful. Community gardens are necessary to provide natural and fresh homegrown produce to promote healthy eating and to fight hunger. Many communities nationwide are working to incorporate gardening, exercise, and nutrition. I am proud to have the Doolittle Community Center Garden sharing in this mission. I would like to ask the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council to join me as we recognize and salute the efforts of these senior gardeners here today. Congratulations. So if you will, all right, and Fabi, I would like for you to come forward and talk to us, please.
The garden is everything it is because of Don. The garden exists because of Don. He's amazing. As you know, he can grow pizza. And he's planning on growing tacos, too, pretty soon. I'd also like to thank our participants. They help make the garden beautiful and keep the garden beautiful. And thank you, Mr. Councilman.
You're so welcome. come forward. And before we do that, were we rolling the video? I wasn't sure. Yes. Were we rolling the video? Okay, great. Here we go. Please. He has a dissertation.
I have a comment here, but I promise it won't be long as the Lucky Dragon.
He said it won't be as long as the Lucky Dragon. All right. Well, aren't we the lucky ones?
Thank you. My name is Don Babby, and one of your garden volunteers. Thank you, the mayor and city council. We at the Doolittle Senior Center Gardeners appreciate this additional recognition on your behalf of the recent Southern Nevada Water Authority's Landscape Lynn Mills Community Garden Award. In order to have a successful and sustainable community garden, you need three key elements. You need to have interest, support, and dedication. Since the garden dedication on May 17th of 1995, and currently our 20th anniversary, we have grown from 18 raised bed gardens to now 49. 3 of those original members are still gardening. Once or twice weekly, Olivia, Tommy, and Francel. I took this on as a special volunteer project 18 years ago. Interest in this community garden is still growing. By your center coordinators and activity personnel is without question. They continue to arrange the garden planting, classes, socials and picnics, garden tours, and so on. And it is of great benefit. Support by your Parks and Recreation is of equal importance. They weekly or twice weekly are doing their garden are at the garden doing the heavy lifting. They maintain the garden by chores like pruning the cactus, pruning the landscape, the fruit trees, taking care of the trash as necessary, weed and the Bermuda grass control, and so on. And whoever needs to know, we want you to give Gabriel a raise. He's one of your Parks and Recreation people. Dedication is the last part of the key element in a successful community garden. We have a core group of Master Gardener volunteers from the University of Reno Cooperative Extension who have chosen this as a needed community project. Visiting the garden once or twice or 3 times weekly to assist our gardeners in the education and maintaining their garden beds. In any case, the garden has the strong support and dedicated staff of your Parks and Recreation Department. I volunteer at 4 of your adult senior center community gardens, one at Centennial, Las Vegas Senior Center, Deerfield, and of course Doolittle. And I get the same interest, support, and dedication from all of your city staff. The mayor, city council, and support team are the ones to be thanked and recognized this day.
All right. Good job, Don. Thank you, Don, and thank you for all that you do in providing good, healthy, nutritional options for the Las Vegas citizenry. Thank you so very much, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Good man. And what should we be planting? What should we be planting?
Councilman Ross would like to know, what should we be planting for the winter?
Broccoli, cauliflower, lettuces, collard greens, beets.
I would like to know, as far as the collard greens, should I place turkey necks or fatback?
Fatbacks work good too. And I'd like to have you visit your garden because unknown to Commissioner Barlow, he has a raised bed over there, and he is growing the broccoli, the cauliflower, and a long row of collard greens. Come pick them.
All right. Well, Thanksgiving is underway. There we go. And let's make sure that Councilman Ross don't go near my bed because I know he enjoys Thanksgiving just as much as I do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for everything. It's such fun what you do. And so you don't have to go far down to get on your knees for the planting. You're there. They're raised beds too. Congratulations. Thank you. So sorry.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go right on into
Thank you all so
meeting.
very much.
Okay, we're going to go right in. We're going to continue right into our meeting. Thank you all. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, we're going to continue right on because I know we have wandering council person. You just keep going. I'm going to read along because now we are moving into, will be agenda item 10? Okay.
I'm here.
And you're here, and
Just
so
want
is
you to know.
Councilman Beers,
Yeah,
and
boy.
we'll have, by the time I read everything. Okay. Do I see a wandering council person? Here we are, here we go. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute, and I have Justin Harrison, Arby Hambrick, Todd Bice, Virginia Valentine on 7, but I think they're still here on that, and Sandra Elliston. So anybody wishing to come forward now? Or at the time of the items will be fine too. Okay. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Sandra Ellitson, and I am here to make sure, I don't know if it's item 10 or 11, but I am representing over 50 neighbors that are opposing the Hualapai Plaza by the Becker Group. So I just wanted to make sure that the abeyance request is upheld for the item numbers 61, 62, and 63.
Okay, I believe yes, but let me just double. They're being obeyed to the 16th of December.
Correct.
Items 61, 62, and 63.
Great, I just wanted to make sure that was being upheld
Thank you
today.
for checking up on us. We always make mistakes. So
Thank
that's
you.
cool. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. State your name. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. It appears that staff has requested that agenda item 33, report on status of communication with Clark County on fire service and the 1985 interlocal agreement mutual aid agreements. As staff has asked that be obeyed to January 20th, 2016. That's all I have.
Okay, so there's a motion to obey that item, agenda item 33. There it goes. Please vote and please post. We're obeying agenda item 33 on a request of staff. And Councilman Coffin? And please post. Thank you. That carries. And we'll go on to agenda item 12 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of October 17, 2015 regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve?
I would move to approve the minutes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of October 7th. Please vote. And please post. Okay. That motion carries as well. Agenda items 13 through 32 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. But I understand the staff is requesting that we pull item 20 from the agenda. Are there any other items that council wishes to bring forward?
Madam,
Yes, I know.
I just would like to have a little talk on 13 and 14, please.
Okay, agenda, Councilwoman is asking for discussion on 13 and 14. Anyone else? Anywhere else? I think we're clear on that. So agenda items, then it will be agenda item 15 through 32 without 20 are on the consent agenda, routine, recommended for approval. May I have a motion?
That is my motion, Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post. And that carries. So we'll start with number 13. And let me read that, which for possible action to approve a business impact statement regarding a proposed ordinance to amend LVMC Title VII to replace provisions pertaining to feral cats with provisions pertaining to community cats, all wards. This item is related to Bill number 2015-97, which is located later on in this agenda under new bills. Who would respond to this?
Mayor, we don't typically talk about the business impact statement. We typically talk about the actual ordinance that's related to the business impact statement.
So,
Councilwoman is questioning.
it's just that we would be voting on this, but I guess you're just going to give us information on business impact now. We're not voting on the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, then that's fine.
Okay.
That's
Your
on
Honor.
both of them.
Your Honor,
Yes, please, Councilman.
there is a colony of feral cats on my block, and I intend to provide all due notice and also ask them if there's any additional cost. If not, I'll pass that on to you.
Thank you. On agenda item 14, then, is the response the same? And that item is for possible action to approve a business impact statement regarding a proposed ordinance to prohibit pet shops from selling or disposing of dogs or cats other than those obtained from an animal shelter, nonprofit, humane society, or nonprofit animal rescue organization. This, again, is in relation to all wards as items related to Bill number 2015-98, which is located later on under new bills. And Ms. Fretwell?
That's correct, but I think since you've removed them from the consent agenda, you need to take motions on both of them and dispose of the items somehow for or
So,
against.
thank you. On agenda item 13, do you move for the approval?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 13. Please vote and please post. Councilman Beers? You did it. Thank you. That motion carries. And then on agenda item 14, Councilwoman?
I move to approve.
Motion to approve on agenda item 14. Please vote and please post. Okay, that motion carries. Agenda item 20, for possible action to approve a medical marijuana independent laboratory establishment license, G3 Labs LLC, DBA G3 Labs LLC, at 3220 Procyon Street in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. For possible action on a request for a medical marijuana independent laboratory establishment license recommendation, recommend approval subject to the following conditions. Must pull and transport all samples to ensure proper chain of custody for testing. 2, must maintain chain of custody for all products or for testing purposes. 3, must notify department when ready to begin collecting samples from any city licensed medical marijuana establishment prior to initial testing. And 4, must make results of all tests available to the department upon request. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Delliston, Deputy Planning Director. I just need to correct one piece of the backup for this item. The ownership currently in your backup lists William R. Whalen as a member. He has been removed as a, his ownership interest has been removed from G3 Labs. So your ownership in the backup should list Tom Morgan, member, Ron Sargent, member, Angel Puente, member, Alfred Allen, member, Carol Morgan, member, Chao Sing Tung, managing member, and Frank Tutera, managing member. So we are just removing one person. With that, it is in order for your consideration today.
Thank you. And again, I will not be voting. I will be abstaining on this because I have a son involved with one of the dispensary establishments. So, could I have a motion to approve with the changes?
I just, since it's in my ward, I was going to make a motion. I just wanted to say that I and my staff visited this lab, and it certainly looks as if it was meet the criteria of what we want, and even more so. So I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote, and please post. Councilman Anthony. And that motion carries with my abstention regardless. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Agenda item 33. 34. 33 was obeyed, pardon my brain lapse here. Agenda item 34, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a new 4-year contract between the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, LVPPA, and the City of Las Vegas, FY 2016 augmentation cost, $286,000, general fund. And Ms. Fratwell?
Mayor and members of the council, thank you. It's my pleasure today to present to you a brand new 4-year agreement with the Las Vegas Police Protective Association, otherwise known as our Marshals, some of whom were celebrated this morning in the ceremonial items for their hard work and devotion to our city. I'd like to thank Mark Shapirian and the representatives of the board that helped negotiate this agreement. We had several meetings, I believe Dan will say at least 10, and then we worked out a couple of the very last difficult items in the agreement through a mediation process, and that seemed to work out very well. So we're here today presenting the final contract. It has been ratified by the membership with an over 90% acceptance rate and a very high turnout for the vote. So we're very pleased to present this today. It's my obligation under state law to talk about the fiscal impact of the agreement before you. I'm going to let Dan go through the details of the changes to the contract. The first year impact of the contract is approximately $286,000, and then the 4-year impact is approximately $1,495,000. So overall, those are the economic impacts. There's some key criteria that contribute to the financial investment that we'll be making in our employees, including some wage adjustments over the course of those 4 years. One of the things we've been striving to do is integrate into every contract we bring to you 1 year where the wage range doesn't move, and that there would be a cash lump sum bonus that would be provided to the employees. That's consistent with this agreement. So in the 4th year, instead of what's typically referred to as a COLA, there would be a cash bonus for all the members. So we're trying to continue these sustainable wage negotiation efforts as we enter into these longer-term agreements to help smooth that growth curve on the payroll numbers so that we have a little more sustainability going forward as the economy fluctuates. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Dan now and ask him to go through the additional details of this agreement, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. And I'm sure there may be members of the PPA board that may want to make some comments at the conclusion of the presentation. It's my recommendation that you approve this contract today, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Dan Tarwater, for the record, Human Resources Director. I'd like to recognize very quickly, I know Mark Shapirian is here in the audience, and he will have opportunity to say a few words to you. He was the chief spokesman for the union. His team was Marcus Diaz, Steve Lumpkin, Mike Renners, David Rogers, Glenn Sousey, and Mike Yendrick. And on our team, our chief spokesperson is right behind me, Mike Scalzi, who will go through the details with you. But also on our team, Morgan Davis, always, Scott Barney, Deputy Chief Mike Brown, Chief Michelle Freeman, Sue Brown on our team, Dana Halvick, Jessica Lindlow, Sandy Santa Maria, and Andy Spurlock. These folks met not only for 10 meetings, but also many other meetings to prepare for this, so they spent a lot of time together, and they did a lot of good work. So with that, I'd like Mike Scalzi to go through some of the brief details, and we have a PowerPoint to go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarwater. Good morning.
Sorry, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Michael Scalzi, Labor Relations Manager, Human Resources. I'd like to take just a few minutes to run through the particulars of this agreement and then ask for your support. As Betsy indicated, we did have a total of 10 meetings. We began way back in February. We had our 8th meeting in June, our 10th meeting in August, at which time impasse was declared. We set up a mediation session in October, and at that mediation session, we did get the final items reconciled. Ratification vote was taken, actually just ended up yesterday, and as Betsy indicated, was overwhelmingly approved by over 90% of the voting members. The particulars of the agreement, we still maintained a Tier 1 and Tier 2 wage structure. So at the Tier 1, which is the secondary tier, those folks that are the newer employees, we did agree to a 6%, 6%, and 6% increase over the 3 years upcoming. And the reason we did that, the reason it's higher than the second tier, is because they were further away from the market rate. So when we did the market analysis, we needed to make that kind of an adjustment to bring them back in line with the market. Those folks on the Tier 2, which is our seniority employees, we agreed to a 2% COLA in year 1, a 2% COLA in year 2, 2.5% COLA in year 3. In year 4 of this agreement, which is the final year of the agreement, both tiers, Tier 1 and Tier 2, will receive a 4% lump sum. Since we did not retroactively apply this contract, we did have a savings of $91,000 because we didn't have to start paying it out in July. We're going to start paying after the approval of the agreement. Some of the particulars: field officer training pay, we slightly increased that by 0.25%. It goes to 8% when we have people in that particular capacity. Standby pay, this was a new item. We agreed to $35 on a working day and $50 on a non-working day. Up to this point, we had not had that provision.
What is standby? Could you explain that?
Standby pay means that we notify a person that they need to be available to come into work, and they need to be able to make it here in a total of 30 minutes. So they have to just kind of stand around waiting for the call. If we don't call them, obviously we wouldn't need them, but we're paying them to stand by to be available to respond.
And why the differentiation, 35 and 50, please?
$35 is a day that they'd normally be working, so they're here and then they go home. And $50 is a day where they normally wouldn't work, so it's of more value because sometimes a person wouldn't be around the house. Uniforms, $375 per quarter. We increased this by $25 per quarter, and that is in line with our POA or corrections officers, so it's now the same amount. In the first quarter of the agreement, we did not pay that uniform allowance, so we actually saved about $27,000, so we skipped it, and we used that to fund the $400 signing bonus, which I'll get to in a moment. Annual leave, still back up to 100 hours. That's an increase from the 80 hours that they had, but it's only for people with more than 15 years of seniority, and it's actually something that we had already agreed to previously in an MOU, and we just put it in the contract. Post-certification pay, this was one of the items that caused the agreement to go to mediation, and this is additional pay that's received for people who go out and get additional education and attain either intermediate or advanced cert pay. What we agreed to, because this is an item that we had negotiated away from, is that as openings occur for people that currently receive this amount, and so as those people attrit out, we would repopulate with the person who doesn't currently have it, but only for people that were currently in our system. No new employees would get it. So only those would be eligible. I believe there's about 10 or 11 people who could do it, but they'll only do it on a one-for-one basis as a person that's getting it attrits out of our system. Deferred comp, this was a new item also. This was advertised basically as an offset for medical coverage or insurance. We did agree to a $2,000 annual match, which will begin in January of this coming year. So a 5-year vesting period on that. It is a relatively expensive item. We currently have about 80% of our marshals who currently participate in the program, so they're already putting money into the deferred comp plan, but at this point it would be matched up to $2,000 a year. That's similar to our appointed and executive plan, but not as rich as what we have. The signing bonus I talked about, we did apply a $400 signing bonus. What we basically funded that from the offset of the uniform allowance in first quarter, which we did not pay. All increases will be effective following your approval today, if in fact you do approve it. And the projected cost of the 4-year agreement over the life of this agreement is just a little less than $1.5 million. So that's what we had for you. As Betsy indicated, we would like to seek your approval of the agreement.
Thank you very much for the report. Welcome your comments too and input, please.
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Mark Chaparian. I'm the Executive Director of the LVPPA. Councilwoman, Councilman, thank you. I would just like to keep it brief. It's been a long morning. I understand that. We believe from the PPA, and we look at examples like Marshall Fry, who was up here a few moments ago. Those are the people that we represent. We think this contract is competitive, and it keeps our unit competitive with other agencies in Southern Nevada and the state of Nevada. So the city worked hard and long. Our group worked hard and long. It took a long time to get where we're at. We started last January. We're very proud to bring this contract before the membership, which Ms. Fretwell indicated was overwhelmingly approved. I think that sends a good sign, and it builds the morale that you want to have your emergency responders that have in the field. So thank you.
No, we are so appreciative of everything that they do, and so to be in negotiations for us is very hard. To be watching, because we really appreciate everything that our law enforcement does for us. So thank you very much, and thank you all for working these hours, and your team as well. So with the recommendation, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, could I just ask a question? Would you just generally tell us the duties of this group so people who are listening are aware? I mean, we say PPA, but it would help.
Our marshals are primarily, well, one, they're all Category 1 peace officers, so they have the full ability and expectation to act as any other peace officer in our state. They're highly trained and very talented. But their main duties as a limited jurisdiction police department is obviously to provide dignitary protection for you, to protect all of the facilities and properties of the city of Las Vegas. So patrolling parks and making sure that our facilities are safe, et cetera. So in addition to that, they're emergency responders. They have initially started some work on Fremont Street, for instance. So there are quite a few public areas that they participate in. In addition to that, they participate in several task forces, either created by Metro or by the federal law enforcement agencies. We participate in many of those initiatives through Joint Task Force. So quite a bit of work that this group of less than 80 perform for our city.
How often are they in the parks? every night, every other night? How often, if you have a large park that has a big homeless problem or something like that, how long are they in the parks?
Well, I would defer to Chief Freeman to provide some of their patrol statistics. I don't know where Michelle is. Michelle, do you mind coming up and talking about that for a moment?
Michelle Freeman. As far as their patrol, we do patrol continually throughout the parks. We don't have an estimated time that we stay specifically in one particular park unless an event is going on.
But do you see each park each night, or do you see it 2 or 3 times? And I'm asking this question because these are questions that have come to me from citizens, that they don't have the time, or else, for example, the gates aren't locked at the time they're supposed to be locked, or else one time that someone came in, I don't know, it could have been Metro, they just said the police came in to use the restroom at the park and go right by a couple of homeless people who shouldn't have been there and didn't do anything. These are the questions that come to me. That's why I'm asking for the information.
Sure. And I completely understand. If you would like, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared with statistics here today. However, if you would like, I'd be more than happy to come with those statistics to brief you on particular areas, or if you have concerns with, particular parks, I'd be more than happy to address those.
Okay, and then the last thing I had to ask is, we're moving into matching funds for retirement, right, with this group. Do we do this with other groups other than Appointis? And are we planning to move into other groups also?
Councilwoman, this was kind of a creative solution that Mark and I kind of conspired on early on in these discussions to address an issue between some of the other bargaining units and the marshals as a creative way to help people be a little more financially secure in retirement. Might it become a part of a conversation in future negotiations with other bargaining units? Obviously, it could. But this was kind of a compromise solution to address an issue between the marshals and the management side of the negotiation. And I think we all felt like this was a really good approach that gave some long-term financial stability to our employees. And it is a match, and it does require vesting. So it requires a long-term commitment on the part of the employee and the city.
Well, I think it's a good thing to have. I just think that others will want it too. That's
one other thing I'd like to mention, Councilwoman, that I neglected to mention in my comments about what do the marshals do. We have a series of marshals in the courts that do an incredible job protecting our judges and the court proceedings. They also are out in the field collecting warrants and making sure that people are following their judicial orders. And so we kind of have a two-pronged marshal unit, the ones that you see here today protecting you in this building during your proceedings, and then we have a similar staff complement over in the courts where they work to protect the judges and the judicial processes similarly. So I wanted to make sure I set the record straight on that. Thank you.
And they have the authority and the training to help as needed anywhere practically, right?
They're all
Downtown,
Category 1.
parks, yeah.
They're all Category 1 police officers. Mark or the chief may want to respond to that.
Thank you.
I forgot, this is a public hearing. And does anybody wish to make comment? Yes, we have someone coming forward.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, please.
For Councilman Tarkanian. I worked several years in the field. I've been with Metro almost 25 years. And I can attest personally that the marshals are your first line response to the parks and city property out there. I use the example at the bargaining table to give a reference. What do the marshals do and what is their value? When you're an emergency responder and there are shots fired in a park, or there's an act of terrorism, what have you, and you're rolling red lights and siren to help people, no one's checking your badge or jurisdiction. They're right alongside every other law enforcement agency in Southern Nevada, and they are up to par with every ability and educational opportunities that they have as well. So they are in our parks. I would see them very frequently in the parks, and then to and from where you have those eyes and field of vision of police that are out there. Thank you.
And please state your name for the record.
Sure. Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Justin Harrison with the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Metro Chamber, we'd just like to thank council and staff for their timely posting of the proposed contract. We appreciate that commitment to transparency, as well as for working with Mark and excuse me, the PPA to comply with SB 241 that was passed during the 2015 legislative session. We would, however, respectfully request one thing, and are doing so with all jurisdictions. In the supplemental backup, we'd ask that the number of employees that are included in the contract or that would be affected by the contract be included in that summary for public consumption. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
I'd make a motion, Mayor,
Yes, certainly.
to approve agenda item 34. Thank you all very much for your
Okay.
participation.
And there is a motion, but I didn't get to close public hearing. Was there anybody else that wanted to be heard on this item? I've closed public hearing, and there is a motion to approve. Okay, there's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you again all for your work, and again, extend appreciation to our city marshals. Wonderful. Okay, and now we'll go on to agenda item 35, discussion for possible action on the ratification of Jerry Walker as Director of Operations and Maintenance, 156 Salary and Benefits General Fund. Ms. Fretwell.
Mayor and members of the council, it's my distinct honor to recommend ratification of Jerry Walker as our new Director of Operations and Maintenance for the City of Las Vegas. What you may not know about Jerry is that Jerry is a graduate of the University of Wyoming with a bachelor degree in geology, and he also has a master's degree in petroleum engineering. Now, having heard all of that, you may wonder why he works for us instead of for Exxon or someone. He is also a licensed engineer in the state of Nevada, and he began his career at the test site in 1988. He also then worked for USGS, which is the U.S. Geological Survey, and then again for the federal government with the Department of Energy as an engineer. We stole him away from all of those duties shortly after that, and he has been working with us since January of '98, and he's steadily risen through the ranks since joining our team. You know him primarily as the Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance. He has done an incredible job in that role for our city. Most notably, Jerry is the go-to guy when something goes wrong. He is very detailed. He is an incredible expert witness on the stand. I know Brad Jerbick will attest to that. He has been invaluable in dealing with very difficult, complex, legal, public works issues. We're really fortunate to have him on our team. Another thing you may not know is that he will be charged with managing nearly $8 billion worth of public assets in our city rights of way, in our parks, and our buildings. So he has no small task ahead of him. He also has been one of the first responders when we've had flooding incidents. You may remember we had some terrible flooding in 2003 and then again in 2013. And Jerry was on top of it from the moment we started finding problems and has done an incredible job, not only in responding to the situation, but mitigating the flood damage in quick order and creatively by working with the Flood Control District and a variety of other places. He also creates a lot of innovation. He works with his teams, and he lets those teams come up with great ideas. And you really don't have to look very far because you can look at most of the median islands in the city that he's been working on the major section lines, so the major streets throughout our community. His team has designed water-efficient, drought-tolerant landscaping, metal sculptures, and a variety of other applications to improve how our streets look. And he doesn't just focus on that kind of thing. He actually figures out what people don't really notice but ought to, and then they notice that it's been cleaned up. So it actually is doing what I love to say. If you see it, do it. And Jerry's that guy. We're lucky to have him on our team, and I encourage you to ratify his position today.
Thank you. And assuming this is going to go through, I noticed that Mr. Hawkness is here. Could we invite him on down? Thought you'd escape over there, but my Mayor Pro Tem has eyes that just don't quit. And so knowing who you're following and the years of work and dedication that Larry Hogness had for all of these years, and just this is a very exciting time for the city. I know you're proud to know that Jerry is going to be assuming this position as beautifully as you handled it, and comes with such, we just are really excited about it. I know Councilman Barlow wants to make a comment, but seeing you here and wanting to thank you particularly for all the service you've given to our community to make it as special as it's been, Larry. We just can't thank you enough, and I know you'd probably like to extend your expressions to Jerry in this.
Absolutely, Mayor. I'm very happy to be here. It's nice to come back after being gone for 5 months, and it's really a great reason to be here. I'm leaving the department in very good hands with Jerry. We've worked very well for all the time Jerry's been with the city, when he was in Public Works as well as when he came over to work for us. He's just done a fantastic job. I can't think of a better person to leave the department in his hands. So I'm really looking forward to working.
Well, it's applause to you too, and knowing that and knowing his background somewhat and what he's done already, I'm sure he was wonderful to rely on to get the job done and done beautifully. So with that, I'd like to ask Councilman Barlow. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mayor. 2000, Mayor, I had to go on an assignment on behalf of Councilman Weekly at the time, and he assigned me to get in the vehicle with Jerry Walker to go look at a site. And while traveling to this particular site down Vegas Drive, a boulder came from out of nowhere, and the boulder had to have been approximately this size. And the boulder, I kept it, it's still in my office. The boulder crashed through the front windshield and embedded itself in the dashboard of the passenger side that I was sitting in. And I would think 1 inch further, that boulder could have been through my chest. And Jerry was so afraid because all he could think about was taking my dead body back to Councilman Weekly, telling him that he had killed his liaison. I'll never forget that moment. But in all fairness as well, he was so gracious, and he was brushing all type of glass out of my eyes and face and clothing. And I'll never forget, later on that day, Larry Hogness took me to lunch, and I guess it was to feed me, to convince me not to tell my boss that this had occurred. But we couldn't have a better person to follow Larry Hogness than Jerry Walker. Jerry is so diligent in his approach to every issue, whether it be large or small, in relation to answering your question with a minimum of a 2-page report, because he's that detailed. And Jerry, I just want to say that you most definitely have my support because of your due diligence and your hard work ethic, and I truly believe that you are the right person at the right time to fulfill the vacancy of what Larry Hogness has left behind. And so, good to see you, Larry. But today, Jerry, congratulations, and you most definitely have my full support.
And I know you want to say something as soon as he mentions that, so please respond to that boulder. Did you purposefully go where that boulder was to get rid of him?
Jerry Walker, there was an opposing truck coming towards us. It was a dual-tire truck.
Oh.
They had about a 15-pound stone stuck between the tires. I was doing the speed limit, and so that's 45 miles an hour. The car coming towards us was probably doing over the speed limit, so the rock impacted, bowling-sized ball rock impacted the windshield at probably 90 miles an hour.
Ooh.
It not only came through the windshield and embedded in the dash, it ripped the dash from the frame and drove it almost to the floorboard. It was Councilman was very lucky that day. A half second, 2 seconds either way, it would have been in his lap.
Wow. Councilman Coffin, you wanted to make a comment?
Yes, I do. I don't think anybody can top that story. I would say scared would not be in the vocabulary, though, as far as describing Jerry Walker, based upon his ability to handle that incident, protecting the young, new, virgin-like liaison who has not really been, used to the rough and tumble of people throwing things at them. I'll tell you what, you've done a marvelous job in the old parts of town, and that's where we've come together so often, because so much of the old part of town is falling apart under the very eyes of the people who live there. And so we have to stay on top of that. Every time a little dip in the road occurs, it means there's a leak somewhere in some 70 or 80 or 90-year-old pipe. And, you have the ability to get to the forces marshaled, to get them out there and to work the problem, and then articulately communicate to them, the residents, and to us on the council, exactly what you had to do, what you found, and what you did. I think that, to me, is a hallmark of leadership, and I think it's a hallmark of someone who's headed for higher authority in municipal government. So that would be nice. I really do hope we keep you a long time, because you've certainly shown that. Jerry, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman, you wanted to comment, and then I'll come down here, yes.
Did you want to say something in response to him?
Well, Councilman, I have a standing offer to you to take you for a ride to view Ward 3, and I promise to go on lower speed roadways if you'd like to go.
Only if you'll tell me who made the offer and how much you were paid.
I just wanted to say that I have been so impressed all these years I've been on the council with the work Jerry has done. He has an extremely professional manner with true felt kindness as he works with others, even if they're crabby or if they're, some of the residents, or even if we're on edge. He always keeps us calm. He's always understanding. I've never seen him get upset at anything. He has an outstanding knowledge of the work he does. He takes that extra step to do it better. And you're always looking for those people who don't want to just get the job done, but take that extra step. Well, he takes 2, 3, and more extra steps. He does an outstanding job in making it as good as possible. I'm so pleased that we were able to start that median work together. It gave me a good knowledge of the people who work with you, and you're so good at it. You've been getting better and better. You tell me as you go along and give it in other wards. But you also consider that I had the beginning, and you said that you're going to get some of the latest ones to me, too. And what I mean is he doesn't just forget it. It's part of him after he does the project, and he's considering what else needs to be done. And when I get information from you, I'm so impressed. You are so informative as to any inquiry that comes your way, are so informative as to the questions asked by residents or by staff members. It makes me feel good whenever I work with you. I wanted to let you know, and I really appreciate the heart that you have in this. That's very, very good.
Nice. Thank you. Councilman Pierce.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be in support of the ratification, but I would like to caution my colleagues and the manager that it's quite likely that the County Human Resources Department watches our meetings. And so if we could just kind of cool it a little bit. I know it's all true, but
they do.
We should be concerned.
They all watch our meetings.
I know, please. And Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. Jerry, all I can say is Ward 4 looks so much better today than when I came on 6 years ago because of you. I mean, the people that live in Ward 4 are really proud to drive around their neighborhood because it looks so great. So thank you very much for doing that, and congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Walker. You're going to have to work a little harder to get my vote. I'm just kidding, you know that. I do want to say this. Who's going to pick me up then when the next flood comes and drag me around in the mud like you did last time?
I'm still just down the street,
Councilman. I know you are. I know exactly where you are.
And therefore,
I will move to ratify Mr. Jerry Walker in his new position, and congratulations. Thank you. That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion to ratify this promotion. Please vote and please post.
And thank you
With
also.
our congratulations, and thank you, Mr. Hogness.
Yes.
For your years, wonderful. All the baseball parks, all the parks, everything, just
Everything.
wonderful. Thank you both. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Jerry Walker, Director of Operations and Maintenance.
All right.
I am so humbled and honored to be provided this position. I very much appreciate the support and confidence shown me by City Council and the Office of City Manager. And I have a special thank you to Larry Hogness for his years of support and guidance. And he leaves a very well-staffed, well-functioning, well-equipped department, and I will do my very best to make sure that we continue high levels of performance, quality customer service provision, cost-effective utilization of public resources, and proactive communication with the respective council offices. Thank you again.
Congratulations, thank you.
Congratulations.
Good to see you.
Good job, Gary.
And now we'll move on to Agenda Item 36, which is public hearing for possible action to receive testimony for and against the proposed second amended and restated City of Las Vegas redevelopment plan for the redevelopment Area 1, and to provide any direction deemed necessary or appropriate. This is in reference to Wards 1, 3, and 5. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Coffin, and Barlow. Hello.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Good morning. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director of Economic and Urban Development. This item today is to hear the proposed second amended and restated City of Las Vegas redevelopment plan for Area 1 to expand our area, update our redevelopment plan. This plan amendment, which is proposed, would also extend the useful life of the redevelopment agency, which is currently due to expire in March of 2031 to March of 2046. Again, the purpose is to expand the existing area to allow additional neighborhoods in our immediate downtown area and on the fringes of downtown to benefit from redevelopment. And the purpose of redevelopment is really to attract new investment, new private capital, new development into these areas. As you can see in this map, there are three areas that we've highlighted for consideration. They're labeled Project Area A, Project B, and Project C. That's really a pseudonym for an area or sub-area. So we don't have a specific project in mind or specific grouping of projects, but really this is really just for identifying these areas in relation to the existing plan area. You also see on this map the area that's highlighted in the beige yellow. That's our existing area for redevelopment Area 1. And then the darker area, which is shaded, is redevelopment Area 2, which is to the west of Project A. Zooming in on Project A, or Expansion Area A, this is including land in Ward 1 and Ward 5. I realize on the screen and on the overhead it may be difficult to see in detail, so we do have some printed maps which I'd be delighted to put on the overhead if you have any questions about these areas. But this area is generally in the area of the Las Vegas Medical District, which I know that Councilwoman Tarkanian is working so hard on supporting. And if we don't add this area into redevelopment, then this area cannot benefit from redevelopment funds. So this area is in the general area and vicinity of Alta Drive and Martin Luther King. It extends south to Charleston, and then there's a wedge-shaped piece just north of Alta, which is currently an apartment complex.
And I would just like to add that quickly that it's so nice on Alta. Ricky, on your side, they're starting to do the enhancement of the landscape, and it's really looking nice.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Area B, this is in Ward 5. And this is a large area which we've described as a donut hole just because of the physical look of it on a map, in that there's been an area that's been surrounded by redevelopment and has the potential and actual practice of benefiting from redevelopment, particularly in recent years. The area that's cross-hatched in the darker blue on this map currently is located in redevelopment Area 1. The area that's shaded in red is not in redevelopment area 1. And so there are really some missing gaps, some missing pieces, if you will, of land that we think can really benefit from redevelopment. It can benefit from redevelopment from direct dollars from the redevelopment agency investing in this area, but more importantly, those redevelopment agency dollars can be a stimulant to attract new private investment. And we've really seen in Ward 5, just in the last few years, a lot of new private investment in the areas that are currently in redevelopment, and it's our aspiration to attract new private investment, private capital, new private development into these areas as well. And then finally, an area that we've labeled Area C or Project C, which is in Ward 3, is land along Maryland Parkway, which you can see there surrounding the Hunt Ridge Park, and then land extending down south towards Sahara. Again, on this map, the area that's highlighted in the darker blue is land that is currently located in the redevelopment area. The area that's highlighted in the light blue or the lighter shaded color is not in redevelopment area. And so there were some missing pieces, we thought, of this area, specifically along Maryland Parkway, and then moving west towards Paradise, there was some land along Sahara Avenue that was not in redevelopment area that's directly abuts the other redevelopment agency land that's currently in. And the importance of this is really these physical connections again. And I'll give you an example. We spent some money improving D Street as a city through some city resources, and the money would only go so far, so we put some additional money through the redevelopment agency into that project. Had that land not been in the redevelopment area boundary, we would have literally had to stop at one point on the street and not spend those dollars, and it would have hurt that project. So we think adding this area is critically important to the agency, particularly Maryland Parkway. Maryland Parkway, RTC, is having a lot of public meetings trying to improve transit along Maryland Parkway as a way to connect into downtown from points south, including the university as well as the airport. And they're going through a lot of discussions, neighborhood meetings on what shape that'll look like and take place. But the emphasis there is on a transit corridor. We realize that from development practices around the country, when there's better transit, development happens, new investment happens. And so we want to be a part of that as the redevelopment agency and include Maryland Parkway in the RDA expansion. What does this all look like in terms of acreage? There are 902 parcels identified from these parcels shaded in the red. This represents an assessed value of, in total, of over $137 million, but the value that's taxable, that's not exempt, but is tagged for paying taxes, is just over $62 million. This assessed value is important for two reasons, and the slide for two reasons. First, this is actually setting the baseline for this area. So all the taxes that are shown here on this chart, all those property taxes that are paid by all the current property owners, all those taxes will continue to go for the benefit of agencies around Clark County and the state, including education, including public safety. None of that money is being redirected whatsoever. The only money that would be redirected is new monies from appreciation in property value or new development. We also call that in redevelopment agency terms tax increment revenue. So this is setting the base valuation for this area, and again, unless we get new development or appreciation in property, we're not going to see new revenue, but that's the reason we're doing it. We want to attract new private investment, new private development. The other point of this slide is to show that there is a lot of property that is tax exempt. As a redevelopment agency, we do not dictate to a property owner what the owner can do or not do with the property. That's governed by land use, governed by zoning, governed by the own desires of the property owner, given those constraints, and also the business licensing process, what they want to do with their property if it's a commercial property. What this does show is the potential for consolidation of maybe some of these tax-exempt uses. The public agencies that own land, for instance, in the Las Vegas Medical District, there's a lot of land that's tax-exempt. We're certainly supporting those current public agencies, but there's an opportunity to maybe convert some of these parcels from a tax-exempt use to a taxable use through smart development, through planning, coordinating development. And so there's really a great potential for these three areas as a whole to try to get as much taxable development as we can into these areas. Where are we at in the timeline? We heard at the Planning Commission, we had a recommendation of approval of the preliminary plan to the City Council. Part of the action that we're asking today is for you to approve the redevelopment agency report to the Las Vegas City Council, which is backup item number 2 attached to the agenda item. If you do take that action today, and again, this is a public hearing, we're receiving the recommendation from the Planning Commission, holding the public hearing, but if you do take action, then we would move forward with an ordinance process. I can't stress enough that today is not the final step in the process. This is a public hearing, and we do, Your Honor, once we open it up to public comment, we want to hear anyone who's in favor of the redevelopment agency expansion. We also want to hear if there's anyone against the redevelopment agency expansion. I would note for the record that we receive no letters asking that their property be removed from this redevelopment agency expansion. That's different than we've had in past years, where we've had a lot of property owners concerned that there was some downside to redevelopment for them personally, that they didn't want to be a part of the redevelopment agency expansion. But your staff worked very hard getting out in public meetings. We held a recent second round of public meetings where we engaged the public to explain the benefits of redevelopment, what it is, and I'm delighted to stand before you today to let you know that we did not receive one letter asking that a property owner be withdrawn from the redevelopment agency expansion, and I think that's important to note.
Question right up front, why does Maryland Parkway's redevelopment not continue north to Cashman Complex? Or does it?
It generally does. So the land here that's shaded in yellow, and I realize it's hard to see in this map. Maybe I can put a better one on the overhead. So the area that's shaded in the pale yellow is currently in the redevelopment area. So you see everything north along Maryland Parkway connecting all the way toward Cashman is currently in the redevelopment area. So we're adding some land really just on the southern leg, which is at the city-county boundary. So generally speaking, most of the land in Maryland Parkway, certainly in the core downtown, is going as far north as Bonanza. And then everything west of Maryland, connecting down to Washington. Here should be Cashman right now.
Okay, and it was the gray that I was concerned about there too, which I see, and I was just heard from Councilman Barlow, that's the state building, correct?
Yes, the piece north of Washington is the Grant Sawyer Complex, which is the state. So we're not including that in the expansion.
I don't know if there are questions, but this is a public hearing item, as I said, so if there's anyone who wishes to make comment on this, please come forward and state your name. And we have R.B. Hambrick here.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I just have, I think, 2 more slides, if you would indulge me, just so that I can conclude my remarks, but I'd be glad to hear from the public. Sorry, actually, 1 more slide. So we're just asking that you accept the report, the redevelopment agency report to the Las Vegas City Council, and approve the report and direct staff to proceed with preparing the bill for the adoption of an ordinance amending and restating the redevelopment plan. Again, this is not final action. That will be required to be happening as part of the ordinance process. But we need to hold the public hearing, and you need to approve the report, which sends us to the next City Council meeting for introduction of an ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Darn. Don't go away. And this is the public comment time. Then I'm going to turn to Councilman Barlow for comments, or anyone else. Let's hear public comment if we can, since I've already announced that this is the time, and have you please come forward. And anyone else. This is R.B. Hambrick. So please come forward and repeat your name for the record, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Thank you, Mayor and the City Council. I'm R.B.L. Hambrick, and I just returned from an honor flight, and I did not see that until last night. And I was looking at something for fast tracking, and I don't think it has any benefit for the community for it on each side of the street of that way, the way that's going. So I will have to be against that until I learn something better. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get you the information you need. Anyone else who wishes to make comment at this time, please come forward and state your name for our record.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning.
I'm Darlene Jackson, and I think I'm a part of that Plan B as far as the residents in that area. And my question regarding this matter of redevelopment is not so much opposed to, but what could you do for the said communities that are there that are no longer probably in the occupational field, that they can support new residents, or, you know, such as that. And you also have some that's still possibly in the working field, but for those who cannot any longer go back into the working field, what is to happen to them as far as the redevelopment of that area? And what will we do for the ones that can continue to work and retain new residency? What would be, I guess you would say, what would be to their best advantage of what they do have there as far as said properties from their families, their compensation regarding this matter to continue on?
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow, and Mr. Arndt probably will answer that, so we'll get to that one second, but thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please come forward. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment, but please, Mr. Arndt, do you want to address that first? And I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Barlow.
Certainly, I'll try to explain the main benefits of being in the redevelopment area, and hopefully I understood the question correctly. I have a couple ideas and thoughts, and would appreciate the councilman's thoughts as well. The general benefit of being in the redevelopment area is it's a fiscal tool to try to attract new investment into the area. So we can't do it alone. We need private partners to come up with new ideas for new businesses, to expand the existing ones that are in the community. I think we're seeing that along the Bonanza corridor, which is currently in the redevelopment area, where we have new businesses that have opened up just recently, such as Rick's Restoration, that hadn't been there before. I know they relocated from another location in the city, but there are brand new ones as well that continue to open. To the extent we get new businesses in the community, that's good for everyone because there are going to be new employment opportunities. One of the big requirements for all our redevelopment agency projects, if they received any financial assistance from us at all, is that they have to do an employment plan. An employment plan on how they're going to engage disadvantaged workers in our community, but also the local residents. How are they going to employ people from the community? So with every dollar we spend, we require our partners to show how they're going to employ residents in the community. We do work very closely with the councilman, and I think only recently have had better success here where we're engaging our private partners to have job fairs, not just do the minimum on what's required, but really get out in the community and hold job fairs, engage the community, talk to the community where they're at. And I think it's just in recent years where we really started to have success in getting the community engaged and getting them to take advantage of some of these employment opportunities.
Thank you.
Councilman, I don't know if you have any
Thank you, and Councilman,
thoughts to
go
add.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Arndt, so very much. Mr. Arndt is correct, Mayor and Council, in relation to the neighborhood meetings that transpired specifically throughout Ward 5, and I know over the course of 2015, we've held a number of meetings at the Doolittle Community Center. Just recently, I believe, maybe a couple months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago. And having the opportunity to really explain in detail as far as the benefits of being within the redevelopment area, I believe really the light bulb went off for a lot of the residents, specifically those who have been there all of their life, and for those who currently own property in this area, as far as how does that relate to the impact of their property, to include what's taking place from a redevelopment effort currently, such as the West Side School, the reopening of the F Street, the repurposing of the streetscapes to include D Street, and what's going to happen in the future as far as the activation or the reactivation of Jackson Street. And so for that, this specific area within the historic West Las Vegas community has not been a part of the redevelopment efforts for the fact that it was not in the boundary. And so just from a historical standpoint, back in 2004, 2006, residents were really gun-shy in regards to having their properties within the redevelopment area under the auspices of former Councilman Lawrence Weekly. And now moving forward, having the opportunity to continue to educate and really show the true nexus of being inside of this boundary, the residents are more willing now to participate because of the master plan of what's coming out of the 100 plan that the City Council, working with UNLV, and that they'll be presenting to the City Council as we move forward as far as the master plan of this area, and having an opportunity for those residents to really realize the opportunity of maximizing the space of their current property by increasing the density on the footprint of those properties and having a tie to what the redevelopment agency has to offer. And so I'm really excited that this time has come. The Councilwoman and I have been sitting here smiling because we've been trying to get this on for 2 terms now. And so it's finally here, it feels. And so I couldn't be more supportive on behalf of the residents of Ward 5, and in particular those in the historic West Las Vegas community, to move this project forward so that we can really get back in and create the housing, create the commercial, create the mixed use that will really turn this community around and make it a place where people will be excited to move back into moving forward. So thank you.
And therefore, your motion is?
Well, I'm not sure if
1, 3, and 5, the whole
Okay.
arm to the left could go.
All right, well, good deal.
I'm
So
very
with that
happy-
being
I'm very
said,
happy with it, Mayor, thank you. It's Ward 3 will benefit from this expansion. In fact, I'm sorry if I was stepping on your lines, but we actually had someone who lived outside this area ask if they could be included, but they were too far away. I mean, it was like 20 houses away or 20 parcels away, and that's just too far. But that just shows you there is now a significant number of people who recognize it wanting into redevelopment, whereas before we had to tell people, wait a minute, you know, you don't really want out unless you think it through. And we had to work really hard to get people back in who were going to be in. Now it's the opposite.
So therefore,
I will move for approval subject to all conditions of this item.
anything needed to be added to that, Mr. Hart? Does that suffice?
I believe it suffices.
Great. Okay, there's a
Mayor,
motion. Please
I think,
vote.
Councilman Boyle, I think you need to direct staff accordingly.
And direct staff accordingly to do what is necessary in order to get this on the next city council agenda as necessary for final action from the mayor and council.
And therefore, you will vote. There we are. And will you please post? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. You know, I'm sorry to do this to you all, but Councilman Coffin has a minor emergency that he has to attend to, and I'm not announcing what it is, but he has to step away from the dais here, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. I'm sorry, but we want everybody here, please. Thank you. 10 minutes.
the house.
All right, so we're going to reconvene here. I'm waiting for, I know we have roving council people out there, and then,
I found my spine so I can vote now.
Okay, as we're waiting for Councilwoman and Councilman Barlow to come back, this is a very significant day in the life of the city of Las Vegas, made possible through Mr. Jerbick. So please, would you tell us the importance of today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's with a little sadness that I'm going to have my friend Scott next to me next week. He's going to complete his law school education at UNLV this next semester, take the bar exam, and hopefully his first application will be to the city of Las Vegas. But this is his last day as our intern following us, and so I wanted to thank him. And Michaela is going to be with us one more week, and then it'll be off to hopefully a law career for herself. I hope that we haven't scared her away from the profession. But she is leaving UNLV and moving on to law school, hopefully. So that is the plan. Thank you. They would like a picture with the whole council, if that's possible.
All right, thank you all, and sorry for that brief adjustment and recess. This is Agenda Item 37, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a restricted gaming license, Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., DB at Dottie's, number 110, at 10,000 West Sahara, Suite 100, Ward 2, Councilman Beers. And here's our team of ladies. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director, and with me today is Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Section Manager. This presentation was made at your last meeting and obeyed to this meeting. We're simply here to answer any questions. The item is in order for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do, we have two cards. Even though this isn't a public hearing, it's going to be a public hearing because I have a card from Mr. Todd Weiss as well as from Virginia Valentine. But I do want to make a comment here because after the last meeting, I really wasn't satisfied that I had correct information. And I've been a big proponent in speaking with groups from both sides of this issue, feeling that respondeat superior, who's at the top of all of this and who makes the decision what incidental is. And not to be arbitrary and not to do anything. I did speak with the Gaming Control Board, especially after Mitch Jones, your comments last time. And I was informed that in either, and I'm terrible with numbers, but it was either 1981 or 1985, the state legislature put into effect what has become this issue, using the word incidental. And in 2013 and again in 2015, they were approached to define incidental, which they failed or chose not to do. And thus, I was told through the Gaming Control Board that all the issues that are on, for them to deliver on the word incidental, and based on our last meeting, I said first off, to me, any child in school could tell you incidental is on a scale of 1 to 100, it's probably something below 15, 12, somewhere around there when you're looking at it. But to be most generous was my comment. Certainly incidental has to be below the 50th percentile, not above it. And taking in, and I did ask the Gaming Control Board if in fact they had the report that was created and done by our staff. They said it was not given to them, but they did have a copy of that report. And I said, I learned at the last meeting and heard, and it's a matter of record, that over 400 people are employed by the Tavern Restricted from the 50th percentile and up. And if in fact something were to affect them, that would be 75 establishments ostensibly. And I have a real problem with putting those people out of work, one. And what's good for one should be good for all, bless you. And beyond that, I'd like some enlightenment as to this. And beyond that, what's on the table right now really has spoken to all of us that we need to address this going forward as we move into the future here, and that would call upon staff and all of us to agree that this whole problem's been a big issue. And we certainly understand all sides of the issue, and in hearing anyway back from the Gaming Control Board that they are not going to answer and tell us an interpretation of what incidental is. And I said it makes it particularly difficult, I don't know for the other council persons, but for me in particular, I find that very disturbing. And either you have a rule and you have a law and you enforce it, or you don't have a law or a rule. And so I was told that, in fact, everything in a nutshell was copacetic, everything's fine according to them, and that what has been given the permission to continue by the Gaming Control Board has met all the standards that they seek. So I wanted to get that on the record and make sure, because that is from where I am coming at this point. I definitely understand how problematic this is. In the days that there were only strip casinos, there were no residential casinos to my recollection in 1964 and thereafter. This wasn't an issue. There weren't issues before when Nevada was the only gaming state. There were no issues. And it is about competition and you know, finding niches to do business, and that's what the private sector is supposed to be doing. So in light of all of that, I just know, because I really understand the problems, and it reminds me, Ms. Duddleston, of the days when we were talking and hearing from the restaurants who were being invaded by the truck vendors, and the competition for those dollars for whatever the restaurant was selling, and encumbered by having to pay for so much more with the heating and the lighting and everything else, and the truck driver who could just pull up in front of them. And we did pull everybody together to resolve going forward, and it was very successful, and it was agreed upon. So just from my perspective, and really trying to do as thorough a job as I possibly could, I really feel for our community, what's good for one has to be good for all. We cannot be selective. We cannot be arbitrary in our decision making. We have to be specific. I know on the board, and I know the abeyance, which I believe was your motion, correct? For 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that was.
But prior to that, there was a motion to limit this particular tavern restricted to 7 slot machines, which to me, and I don't care if it was Molly's or Dottie's or anywhere, how'd you pick 7 rather than 2 or 12? And so that became an arbitrary number to me. And so I think what we're doing here, and to get to the bottom of all of this, after all these considerations, I am asking, and hopefully the council will move forward with this, to ask city staff through Betsy Fretwell to really come back to us to look to the future. I know out in Ward 6, for at least one, there's a hotel casino out there. And is there going to be a distance separation? Is there going to be what Councilman Coffin wants, a moratorium? What's to be? And so I am going to take a real statement right here. I want to move beyond this, and I am going to make a motion right here and now that we accept the staff recommendation, and I don't remember how it was worked. How was that worded? What was your statement? When I asked, do you approve this, what's your recommendation?
Our recommendation was for approval.
Okay. I am going to move to approve this particular agenda item number 37. And that's going to be my motion, and let's see what happens. That's my motion. Approve this agenda item.
Your Honor? Your Honor?
Yes.
I would oppose your motion on a couple of different grounds. First of all, there's been a contention that any action that this board does is arbitrary. That's false, and it's at the core of why the applicant has failed in its attempts to litigate against other local governments in Nevada. Second of all, it is a absolute privilege license, and we have complete discretion on awarding it or not awarding it. Third of all, we had a presentation 2 weeks ago on the data that the staff had gathered from tavern, or this category of licensee, and it seemed to indicate no conclusion was available. But at my request, they reordered the data, and they reordered it by the percentage of tavern revenue, food and beverage, that is given away. And when the data is sorted in that manner, the top of the list, except for 2, is all Dottie's. So there is clearly a non-arbitrary, scientifically determinable thing that revolves around their contended primary business being a tavern, but they don't record any tavern revenue. It's all given away. And that's really the difference, I think, from a numerical standpoint in the slot parlors, which are clearly against state law out in our neighborhoods, and I guess a traditional old-style tavern. So I would be opposing your motion.
Okay. All right, there's a motion. Please vote on it, and let's move forward, and then we can move from there. And please post. Okay, there will be opportunity for further dialogue. Your report, would you like that?
Nope, I would like to make a motion to approve this applicant with maximum of 7 machines.
Was there a reason? Could you explain, or is there no explanation why 7 as your number?
No, their business model, primary non-gaming sales appears to be tobacco, so they fall more in line with the 7-Eleven. And so that's kind of the reasoning behind that motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Can I say something?
Certainly, please go ahead.
You know what, I feel I almost feel, I wish I were Solomon who said split the baby in 2, because there are so many strong reasons for one side and so many strong reasons for the other side. However, I just did not vote approval on the last motion because, number one, I really don't want to emulate the state and how they put things together. I've seen how they've put things together in the last few years, and I think I've talked to almost all of you at one time or other around here, and we have not been pleased, or nor have we respected that way. Excuse me, Mr. Beers and Mr. Coffin, but that happens from the state at different times. And on the other hand, I don't feel it's good to take or fair to take someone who's gone part way and has been operating and take it away from them. So maybe splitting the baby in 2 would be the 7. Is that what I would say?
That's it, so your vote would be
Well,
for
and
yes.
you know something, please, if you talk to anybody in the world, I don't think they're going to say incidental is anywhere from 75 to 95% of anything. I would be embarrassed to talk to people who are intellectuals and try and put that one across. So that's another reason why. But I do believe we better get this straightened out and we better be fair to both sides. And it's about time that we bit the bullet and did it the right way.
So there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Oh, excuse me, I voted wrong.
Just hit withdraw.
I withdraw it. It's not even posted yet.
Withdraw button. Hit your withdraw button.
Oh, God, here, this is it.
Right there.
Oh, thanks. Sorry.
And please post. And that motion carries. So now your comments, please, are due on this, because I know you were asked at the last time about having 7, and you had to go back to your clients.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Randall Jones, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm also here with Susan Johnson, who's the representative, general counsel for Dottie's and client representative of Nevada Restaurant Services. I would just also like to make the point, and I understand that the court, came from court this morning. I'm still not sure where I am, I guess. That the council has decided to not make this a public hearing. From my perspective, at least my understanding of procedural rules is that this was a pending application that my client would have been given the opportunity to make a record before the vote as opposed to after the vote. So I at least want to make the record now that I was not, my client Dottie's and I were not given the opportunity to make a record prior to the vote. And so with respect to making that record, I did want to address a couple of the issues that were brought up. I do have copies of letters, of a letter, actually it's dated May 26th of 2015 that I would like to put into the record.
Please do.
This is a letter that was from the Gaming Control Board to Ms. Johnson as General Counsel Dottie's, where it came up as a result of Councilman Beers' letter to the Gaming Control Board about whether or not Dottie's was properly licensed, and in connection with this incidental issue. And just so the council is aware, it's my understanding they did not respond directly to Councilman Beers, but they did respond to Ms. Johnson, and this letter indicates that in fact, and I think you even said earlier that Dottie's is operating legally, so any suggestion that Dottie's is not operating legally is incorrect. And so I would like to, if I may, make this a part of the record. Also, I sent a letter to your city attorney, Mr. Jervik, yesterday that I would like to make a part of the record as well. Thanks. And I think that...
Would you read that letter?
Could she hand, we have copies for all of you.
Okay, could you read it for us, please? Well, you could just read it in, I think.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I wish she
The letter to Susan L. Johnson, General Counsel, Nevada Restaurant Services, with the address. Please accept, and this is from the Nevada State Gaming Control Board, A.G. Burnett, Chairman, Sean Reed, member, and Terry Johnson, member. Please accept this letter as confirmation that Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., including its owners and key executives, are currently licensed and in good standing with the Nevada State Gaming Control Board, May 26, 2015. Was that the only one? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I did want to mention that, because I say there was some suggestion that Dottie's is not complying with the law, and that the State Gaming Control Board, which has to issue that gaming license in order for it to open up as a tavern with the 15 machines, certainly confirmed that it is operating legally. With respect to this issue of the 15 machines, I do want to reiterate the concern that we have is kind of consistent with the comments that you made, Madam Mayor. Dottie's just wants to be treated like other taverns are treated. And as we said before, there have been at least 4 taverns that have come before this council since this matter was first brought up, with Dottie's temporary license to be voted on with staff recommendation back in, I believe it was April. Since that time, 4 other taverns with 15 slots have come before this council, and were all approved without any discussion. They were on consent agenda, I believe, without any discussion of a revenue test, any discussion of revenue whatsoever in connection with those taverns. One of them, by the way, is Amali's. Any discussion of incidental. And so it seems on its face as if Dottie is being singled out for different treatment. And we would suggest to the council that is something that would be contrary to our Constitution. And we certainly don't believe that this council would ever want to be doing something that is in violation of the Constitution, where you treat one party unequally than another party. And we are having a hard time kind of wrapping our arms around the concept that, you know, if we didn't have this history, if we didn't have 4 other, and there have been other taverns that had 12 or 11 machines, restricted machines, come before you that were approved, but we didn't look at those. We tried to compare apples to apples and 15 machines, and none of them were treated the way that Dottie has been treated today. And Mayor, you made a comment, and Councilwoman Tarkanian also made a comment about 7 machines. And you know, I have been doing this a while, and there is an issue here that I think has been raised by the Mayor and Councilwoman Tarkanian about the arbitrariness of the 7 machines. That number was not based on a survey. It was not based on any scientific information. It was not based upon any criteria whatsoever that at least has been part of this record as to why that would be the appropriate number, as opposed to, as you said, Mayor, 2 or 5 or 12. And by definition, then it would seem to Dottie's that's an arbitrary number. And we can't believe that this council would also want to act arbitrarily towards any of its constituents, including constituent business. We just don't think that's how this board wants to do business, and we don't think that's fair. We know there's been a vote. We certainly think that that vote should be reconsidered, and that the council should follow the recommendation of your own board, which has said since the inception, and this company has operated this store for over 6 months, and without any problems, without anybody saying they're violating the law. Nobody's come in and tried to red tag it or close it down or brought it up on any kind of charges that it's in violation of your ordinances or state law. In fact, just the contrary. And so, again, we would beseech this council to reconsider the vote it just made. And there was a comment by Councilman Beers about this company has taken issue with other government bodies in this valley, and there's been lawsuits. There was another lawsuit, so pending. But I would ask this council, if any of the council members would think it's inappropriate where a company feels, or an individual feels its constitutional rights have been infringed upon, that's an inappropriate thing to do, to go to the courts and ask for redress. Now, we may or may not prevail in that matter, but to hold that...
It wasn't this issue. Madam Mayor, can I say? Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't this issue.
No, actually, it was a different issue, but the point is, Dottie's has gone to court where it felt it had a right to do so. And so we would certainly ask this board, this council not to hold that against Dottie's, where it pursued its legal rights when it felt they had been infringed. And again, that's the court's job. And so why this council would treat Dottie's different than those four, let's just use those as the example, than those four other applicants, we don't understand. We don't think that's right. We don't think it's fair. And again, I don't want to repeat myself, but I would say we would ask the board to reconsider, the council to reconsider that decision.
Thank you.
And may I speak
Ms. Johnson?
momentarily?
Yes, and I would want to invite also, as I said, I would, Ms. Valentine and Todd Bice
Yes.
down if they wanted to make comments.
Yes, and knowing the kind of comments that they've been making, we would like an opportunity for a brief rebuttal of those
Absolutely, so
comments.
you have a record, absolutely.
But one thing I'd like to make clear, because I've dealt with the State Gaming Control Board a lot, which is why they sent me that letter, incidental, as it's just, and is not at the state level a black or white. It's not a 45%, it's not a 50, it's not a 60. It's one of 7 different criteria, all of which are considered, equally. It includes like the gross square footage of the business. In our case, I believe this one is 6,300. We entered into a lease a year and a half ago based on, it's a 10-year lease, based upon the normal tavern 15 machines that you have always granted to everyone who has asked for it. It's a normal tavern machine. Another issue is how much investment you have in the business. We have a good $700,000 in each of ours because we buy our own gaming machines. We don't do a slot route. So we completely remodel and we buy all our own equipment. Another criteria they look at is let's see, whether anybody has contributed to the financial part of the business, which slot routes do. And whether there are a number of things. Let's see, what other amenities exist in the, so they're, they look at all of this and they don't pick one out. They don't pick revenues out, as, with all due respect, Councilman Beers has. So they look at it all, and in order to get a license, you have to have met their criteria, not only Gaming Control, but the Gaming Commission. So we needed to meet that, and we did. And their experience with us, as that letter indicates, has been always positive. We've had no issues, with them on this, and splitting the baby, giving us 7 machines. This is not a convenience store. This is a tavern. It was leased as a tavern. It was built as a tavern. And 7 machines is the equivalent to a denial for us. We can't operate with 7 machines. This is a tavern. And I defy you to look in the past and find any other tavern that you've ever had come to you for 15 machines that had no licensing issues, that you have given them less. You don't do it. You've never done it. And so I just wanted to clarify that that's the state issue, and it's not easy. I mean, the states and the legislature has struggled with incidental, but they have 7 criteria.
Well, and that is what the Gaming Control Board did tell me, and that
Yes.
you're punctual with your reports, and that, in fact, you they have agreed to license you from their perspective, and that it has been denied both times in 13 and 15 at the legislative level to define incidental purposefully or not purposefully. So
Right.
at this point, it has been voted and it has carried at the 7. So I do want to hear, and you may want to stick around for a few minutes, because
I
I
do.
want to give both Ms. Valentine and Mr. Bice an opportunity to speak. If you would care to come forward and
Your
do
Honor,
so, please.
Your Honor, if I could interrupt
Councilman,
just
which
briefly.
way?
I think we get a couple council comments, but to correct a couple of the misstatements just made, no letter has been sent to us.
Correct. They said they would not
They sent a
be.
letter to the company, and
Right.
that was only one member of the board, the ex-chairman. To be clear, the letter that I sent them did not say, we're concerned that they're not meeting the incidental primary requirement. It said that the company's application was substantially wrong. What is this company's primary business, given the fact that they don't record any cash sales of tavern food and beverage?
Correct. And they
And-
said they would not respond to your
No, they did
letter.
not say they would not respond.
No, no, no.
They didn't
They did
respond.
not respond.
Correct.
And they are not going to respond.
We already knew that.
No.
Right.
They
Yes,
feel.
please.
They're
I'm sorry.
embarrassed.
Okay,
Councilman.
please, Councilman Coffin.
Good. There we go. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak and also ask questions. I was caught off guard because you had spoken at length before the, and then you made the motion, so we didn't really have time for discussion
Purposefully, I
prior.
did that.
I understand.
You know me by
Time
now.
Time is very
Right.
important here, but I don't mind hearing this discourse. In fact, I appreciate it because, you know, it's a part of the record, and I don't care which way the record cuts. The point is that words get on the record. People feel like they've had a chance to say what they need to say, what they feel they need to say. For example, there is a world of difference between how this city council has acted and the county commission has acted. There isn't a shred of retroactivity in this passage today on this particular one location, whereas the county commission retroactively required this company to spend millions and millions of dollars revamping already conditioned and already operating fully licensed operations. I mean, there is so much difference between the way the city council has approached this, and I think with thoughtfulness, and I'm not going to pat myself on the back because I'd break my arm, but I do want to tell you that there is nothing to be ashamed of in the decision that's been made. But I know people will always call into question how you got there. And how I got here was when I think this has been percolating for a couple of years, and then finally, you know, it came to a pass here. Somebody decided this is where a line in the sand is drawn. And so I listened carefully, and I felt like Dottie's had a hell of a good case. It seemed like they, not to single them out better than any other slot parlors or whatever they are, I'm sorry, I'll use terms interchangeably by accident, taverns. And I knew that we were not going to treat them like the county commission, but I wanted to make sure they were fair. And so if we lose this in court because we have made a mistake, I will gladly accept that decision and will certainly never hold it against any company that files suit. That will just be the way it goes. I'm not a lawyer, but I know the power of the law, and I bow to the judges. So that could be an occurrence here. At the same time, again, I have thought about this so much, especially when the numbers came in from people who complied, and Dottie's was probably the most compliant of all, of everybody out there, submitting their information early and often as requested by us. So for that, I truly appreciate the respect you've paid the council. When I saw the numbers, I began to realize, whoa, yeah, there is that term incidental, but boy, those numbers related to gaming revenue in plain language did not look incidental when they were in industry-wide, by the way. I'm not going to say that Dottie's was at the top of the list. Therefore, theirs is not incidental, but everybody else's is. Nobody is incidental, in my opinion. Nobody in this whole class. Not one. So I today will not make a motion calling for a moratorium. I want to talk with our legal counsel and confirm the best way to frame a motion for a moratorium as to how long it would be and what I would hope that the community would gain from it, if anything. So that's why I won't bring that motion forward today. But I do appreciate
It's not
if continued.
agendized either. It's not agendized.
That would be, certainly, it could have been a motion, an amendment to the motion. But I chose not to do that because I felt like we really should think a little more clearly on this. So I'm pleased with my own vote. I think it's okay, defensible, but if I lose in court, then I'll be very happy about that. That's okay. We'll march on, but we'll find a definition somehow along the line.
Well, and with
gaming's everywhere now, truly everywhere.
Right.
And we have to think about that.
With
Thank you, ma'am.
respect to your position and your thoughtfulness in this, Councilman, you are doing this retroactively. We followed all the laws and the ordinances of the council and the city all the way up to this final point, and there's no reason, and so that it does have a retroactive impact on us, because we're open, we're running this business. So you essentially will close down the tavern, which has not been done to anyone else. And so
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have to ask you, I'm going to give you the floor back, thank you. But I just wanted to make sure that you know that there's a big difference between the County Commission's action, which retroactively made you change fully licensed and permitted operations. These are only, this particular one is only operating under administrative approval, not council approval.
Right.
So it is not like we are reversing field on something we had already permitted. So there is a big difference, really.
Well, I think
You can take issue if you like, but that's a fact.
But you've never had this conversation with any other applicant.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I'm going to ask you just for a
To be
moment,
quiet?
if you would. No, never that. I want to hear from Ms. Valentine and Mr.
Yes.
Bice, or Mr. Bice and Ms. Valentine.
Yes. And then we'd
But
like a
being
brief
brought up, women
opportunity to
first, okay.
respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of council, Virginia Valentine for the record, and I realize this is not a public hearing, and I do appreciate you continue to take our input, so I will be very brief. We do support the decision that the council made. We believe that it is within your purview and your discretion to exercise a limit on 7 machines. State law, we feel, is clear and unambiguous about requiring that a location have a primary business to obtain a restricted license. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your brevity, too. You got your point. Thanks.
Thank
Mr. Bice,
you. Madam
good
Mayor,
afternoon.
members of the council, Todd Bice, representing Station Casinos LLC. I need to make a point of order here. The vote has already happened, and the vote has already passed. And so we're not waiving any open meeting law issues here with the attempt to now create something after the fact by the applicant here. So that's point number one. Point number two is the law is crystal clear. And what's interestingly, you've all acknowledged it. They are not incidental. What they are proposing to do is not incidental, and no one in this room believes it. That's what's so odd about it. The statute, your own code says you cannot approve a license unless it is incidental for them. And they've admitted to you it's not incidental. You know how they've admitted to you? They just told you that if you only allow them to have 49% of the maximum allowed under the code, they said they can't do it. It'll decimate their business, is what they told you at the last hearing. That, by definition, ladies and gentlemen, is an admission that it's not incidental, because they're asking you to allow them to operate machines because the only business that they have is gaming. So right there, you have it directly out of the applicant's own acknowledgement to the council that authorizing 15 machines would be a violation of your own code. So with respect to that, the council is the one that has the discretion, and your own code specifies an entire criteria of circumstances where you approve less than 15 machines. All sorts of them. It's spelled out right in your code. 15 is the maximum. That is somebody that is truly operating an actual business where gaming is incidental, can have 15 machines. Your options under the law are denial outright of this, or approve it with a lesser number of machines than 15, because they don't remotely satisfy the entitlement to 15 machines. And they've acknowledged that. So the vote has already been cast. The vote is done. It is hardly arbitrary or capricious for this council to give them an opportunity to operate 7 gaming machines when in fact their own gaming revenues, when they were allowed to operate 15 under a temporary license, demonstrated that they were not anywhere near the realm of incidental. And I thank you.
And Mr. Bice, I just wanted to let you know that they had asked at our last meeting, and I don't know if you were aware, to be able to make record. And I turned to Mr. Jervik and say it was after the fact, and he said absolutely they have no other time to make their record. So that's why I'm allowing them to continue at this point.
And I understand that, Mayor, but I think this is the 3rd hearing. I think that the record has been pretty well developed on this, probably more so than on any other applicants you've had
Thank
in a
you.
long time.
But at the end, it was at the 7 last time, so this is giving them an opportunity to respond. They had to go back to their clients to see what happens with the 7. Thank you, Mr. Bice. Appreciate it. So, and anything more as you conclude and comment back?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just briefly. First thing I want to note is I think that Mr. Bice's appearance here today on behalf of his client is telling. It really tells the real story of what's going on here. This is an attempt by a competitor who has made it well known in the community. They don't like Dottie's. They feel that Dottie's is taking their business away, whether they are or not. That's clearly the perception of Stations Casino. And I would note that this store, it's interesting that certainly Stations Casino has seen other applications from Dottie's that had come into the city since or prior to this application. But this store is the closest store to the Red Rock Station, is a tavern that I believe that there is. And so, it's right on the edge of Summerlin. So Mr. Bice's presence here makes the point that the real agenda from certainly certain people out in the community is to try to put this company out of business. And with that said, I have one other point I want to make in response to Mr. Bice's comment. He said that my client admitted this is not incidental. And therefore, my client has essentially said, you have every right to shut them down because under the statute, you have to be, gaming has to be incidental to your business or you cannot get licensed. If Mr. Bice's comment is taken at face value, and if that is the position of this council, then the only way that it seems to me on its face that this council could properly act is that every business, remember what Ms. McElhone said last time, the majority of the taverns in Las Vegas, based on her survey, the city's own survey, shows that those businesses make more than 50% of their revenue from gaming. Therefore, to treat all of these taverns equally, the only way that the city could do that would either be to close all those taverns, because you got to treat them all the same, or reduce all of those taverns to 7 machines. That is the only way this council can possibly reconcile the decision it made today with the comments that Mr. Bice just made about incidental and how you cannot be open for business in the city of Las Vegas as a tavern if you're making more than 50% of your revenue from gaming. So with that said, I would hope that there would be another motion made by the council then to find every tavern that is on the city survey that is in excess of 50% of gaming revenue is in violation of the law and needs to be either closed down or have their slots reduced, their machines reduced to 7. Thank you. I appreciate allowing me the time to speak.
Okay. I think you've made your record, and I thank you very much. The motion was made, the motion carried, but thank you for your input here. And the only thing I would add to it, this is something that going forward I would make sure that we ask our city manager that we really want to bring this back to council for the future of what this industry is going to be with everything explored, be it a moratorium, being its further distance separation, and total deference to Ms. Duddleston and team for the hard work you put in here. We thank you very much. Is there anything you would like to add?
There is, Your Honor. If I might, for the record, Karen Duddleston, for business licensing. This temporary license was issued to expire on a date certain. That date is November 25th. At midnight, so that is a separate business license what was issued today is a new license for 7 slot machines that will take effect on November 26th. So they are still operating under their temporary license, which expires. And so we'll work with the applicant to close those slot machines. I just wanted to make it clear
I
that these
think I
were 2
appreciate
separate
that.
licenses.
Right, and the
it was
date's certain.
issued to expire on a date certain.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Mayor.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it, and certainly really understand the issues that are here. Hopefully, we'll be correcting from the council's words going forward, understand why this became about, and certainly appreciate your involvement and support of giving us the information that you've done.
Madam Mayor, I just would like to address something that you brought up. The last meeting we had on this, I did feel it was arbitrary and capricious to pick a different number. However, since that time, I've talked with some lawyers. I went back to the ordinance, and it says up to 15. So if we had the right to make it 15 and not be arbitrary and capricious, I felt we had the right to make it less than that. That was why I changed my thought. I would like to say, however, I think it's very important that if we've made mistakes in the past, we should attempt to address them. And I hope that what the mayor is talking about follows through.
Thank you for your comments, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to agenda number 38. And board and commissions for possible action, Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, April Tomasin, term expires 12/3/2017. She has resigned. And Michael R. Aker, term expiration December 12th, 2015. Ward 4, appoint a member to replace Ms. Tomasin.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank April for serving on the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. She did a great job, but she's very busy doing other things. I appreciate her time there. I do have an individual by the name of Stephen Niger who has volunteered to serve on that committee, and that will be my motion.
Thank you, and could you spell his last name, please?
Absolutely. Stephen S. Neiger.
Okay, and that'll be your motion. We'll take them one at a time since different wards.
Yes.
Okay. A motion to replace Ms. Tomasin with Stephen Niger. Please vote when you're able to. Thank you. And please post. Motion carries. And in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, a motion to reappoint Mr. Acker, is that correct, or a new member to fill that seat?
I believe staff can tell you that, staff, would you confirm this, that Mike wants to continue to serve? City manager says yes. Yeah, he's a wonderful member. You know, Mike's wheelchair bound, but he manages to get around every park, through the turf, through the mud, through the slog and dirt, and gets to see everything. So he's really earned it. And so I very much am pleased to move that we reappoint Mike Aker to the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion to reappoint Mr. Aker to the commission. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries unanimously. Move on to agenda item 39. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 201587. Councilman Barlow, since you were in London, I will ask Councilman Anthony if he would like to have the bill read. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I forgot.
Bill number 2015-87, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly described plan to be annexed, make it establish those laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Okay.
I'll move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 39. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 40, bill number 2015-88. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-88, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly described land to be annexed, make it establish to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 40. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 41, bill 2015-89. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-89, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particular described land to be annexed, to make it establish social laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Agenda item 41, motion to approve, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 42, Bill 2015-90. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-90, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particular described land to be annexed, to make it establish social laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
On this one, Mayor, it's in my ward, but Commissioner Brown has been talking to the residents there. He would like a couple of weeks just to spend some time with them to talk about this, so I would like to make my motion to obey this till the next meeting, which is December 2nd? Yeah, so I will make a motion December 2nd, and then we can spend some time with Commissioner Brown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion to obey to December 2nd, agenda item 42. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 43, Bill number 2015-91. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-91, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly described the land to be annexed, to make it establish social laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. On agenda item 43, please motion to approve, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 44, Bill 2015-92, Councilman Barlow. This item was heard at the 11:16 recommending. Would you like to have the bill read? Excuse me, Councilman. Yeah, Barlow, at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Councilman, Bill number 2015-92, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to update the provisions regarding the review of site development plans and to provide for other related matters.
Mayor and council, just so that you all know that this came out of recommending with a denial for approval. So I just wanted to make that known for the record. And I will still stand behind my denial for approval of this item.
So you deny on, there's a motion to deny on agenda item 44.
And just for point of clarification, in this text amendment, and specifically, in my opinion, for wards 1, 3, and 5, there's a number of issues when it comes to special use permits and site development plan reviews that we need to continue to keep in our control, opposed to allowing staff to make that decision on behalf of our ward and my ward in particular. And so for that, I can't move for approval. I would rather this come before the body so that we can make the determination on items that will fall under this category on a case-by-case basis. So my motion would be to strike the item.
Could I ask Mr. Parago, since you most propitiously are standing there, to make comment to this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. This bill is a result of work that began really back in 2009 at the Development Services Center to try to find ways we can better serve our customers by reducing the entitlement timeframe, the time it takes to get entitlements to develop a project. This particular bill would reduce the time it takes to get approval of a site development plan by up to 88 days.
Wow.
Specifically, the code currently allows administrative review and approval of new commercial or industrial construction that is 5,000 square feet or less and that complies with the code. What this bill would do would allow that same provision to apply to all site plan reviews, regardless of the size of the project. It also allows for appeal by council. So in the event that council does not does not agree with the decision, the administrative decision, it has council members have 10 days to appeal that decision and bring the bill forward for council consideration. So council will be notified on every single administrative decision and then have that opportunity to have the bill brought to council for consideration.
So that clarifies, so we would be voting in favor of it, not denying this request, correct?
That's
Well, there's a motion at this point to strike it.
Yes.
I'm a little confused, but I want to hear from Councilman Anthony first.
Thank you, Mayor. I was at the recommending committee for this particular ordinance, and So I heard the testimony, but you basically repeated what was at the recommending committee. I mean, I think this is, I mean, I have to applaud you and your staff for taking the time to make it easier for developers to come in here and develop in the city of Las Vegas and create jobs and get things done faster, because I know the longer these things take, the more money it costs them, and they're going to go somewhere else to do their development. So, I mean, it's serving our customers. These particular developments meet 100% of our code. I remember you saying that. And 100% of these type of developments that came before the city council in the past were 100% approved. In addition, I mean, you're saving 88 days. I mean, I talked to developers, and that is a lot of time in their projects. So this is a big deal for them. And there is an appeal process. So you're going to notify us when these are administratively approved. And if we don't like them or we have questions, we can bring them to the city council. So I think this is just another step that Betsy, you and your team have been working on for the last 6 years to make it easier to do business in the city of Las Vegas. And so I supported it then. I'm going to support it again, because I think this is good for our customers.
And therefore, thank you, Councilman, but you were specific that you will notify the council person of any applications that come through in their particular ward.
It is absolutely a requirement that the council has 10 days to appeal that decision, and the only way that they can have that 10 days is if the council is notified. So we have created a process similar to what we do for cell towers and billboards and other items that come through, that you would get the staff report, you would get the site plan, you would get all the information you need to understand the project, and then make a decision whether you want that to come to council. I did speak with Mr. Steed this morning. There are a couple of slight clarifications we would need to make, and I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, given the motion, to discuss those, or...
Well, there's a motion anyway made to strike this, so we have to get through that first. But I think the other piece is, and to echo Councilman Anthony, I know we've been working for the past 5 years to go ahead and expedite all the processing so businesses can get moving, and applications and permits, everything move faster and better. And so certainly if you're saving all this time, it's saving money to the developer.
Mayor?
And it's greater. So Councilman, let me do Councilman Coffin first, and there is a motion that should be up there to strike this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm going to support Councilman Barlow's motion, and like in recommending committee as I did. The reason is that the default here is essentially staff recommendation. You find, every now and then, if you look closely, you'll see that some things have passed through staff recommendation, but they don't get approved by the Planning Commission. Or sometimes you'll see something has passed through staff, but we've held it up. Why have we held it up? Because it got on an agenda where it really became widely known that action might take place in a neighborhood. Now then, in the older parts of town, and again, it's the old tale of two cities here. We've got wards 1, 3, 5, which deal with the older parts of town, 2, 4, 6, planned unit developments mostly, and new infrastructure, neighborhoods about the same age. But here in the downtown specifically, and let's say particularly west of the Eastern, we have old and new clashing. And so you'll find an 80 or 70-year-old house being torn down or remodeled. There might even be a code-compliant application. But the things that are hard to measure are the impact on the neighbors. And this is the only way they have of really registering their disapproval, or at least their concerns, is through our offices. Now, if the default here is approval, unless otherwise told by the council office, do not approve, that leaves a gap in the process which through things can slip through that we don't want to have the complaints about afterwards, you know how that goes. So we really don't want to be yelling at you later, Tom, and saying, how could you let this thing get through? I'm getting a bunch of calls because people didn't know about it because it wasn't posted on an agenda, a council agenda. You think about that. So when you've got new house or old house against a new building, well, sure, the developer wants to move forward, and they've purchased the ground maybe. But on the other hand, we got to have respect for the people that have been there the longest. And that's where the rub happens, is in the old versus the new, in the same block. It's not like big developments where everybody knows what's going on when they go in, and everybody's about the same age. And they know there'll never be a commercial development near them, or they know where it is when they bought their house. So I feel like I like the older process. I think we find that we move things through pretty fast. If we, speaking to the developers that Councilman Anthony's concerned about, they know how to contact us, and they contact us early and often with their plans. And we send them signals that say, it looks good, or make this change and then submit. And things move really quite just as fast for them. Yeah. Yes, on paper, it takes days off the schedule if you're following that schedule. But in practice, we don't always follow that schedule. It's just that I think that it's not a good idea to take it out of the council hands. That's my point, I think. And so I will be supporting his motion.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Just one quick evaluation of what was stated in regards to the 100%. The reason why there's 100% support of the applications that came before us is because each one of those applications worked with the council office, and we straightened out those applications before they came to council. So it's not a matter of they were straight and we didn't have anything to do with it. They were straight because we made sure that working with the neighborhood, working with staff, and working with the developer, all of us working collectively as a whole, bringing a application that was flawless as possible before this council, and that's why the 100% that was mentioned in the recommending meeting yesterday by your staff, Tom, we approved it at 100% of the council, the mayor and council, because we had input. What you're asking us to do is basically give up our authority of working out these case-by-case developments in our respective wards, so that now when something pops up, we're working behind the 8 ball opposed to being proactive and having an opportunity to put out a lot of those flames up front versus the back end. You're actually making our work, specifically for those that do this on a daily basis, such as 1, 3, and 5, you're making our work much tougher. And that's the only reason why I don't support it. And I support the effort of what the management has directed you to do in regards to streamlining these processes, but everything can't be in the control and the auspices of the manager's office, let alone the planning department, without the say of the council office as well. Other than that, if you take away our ability to say whether or not someone receives a special use permit, a text amendment, a parcel map, to include what's before us here today in regards to the site development plan reviews, then there's no reason for any one of us to be sitting up here. Who's running the city? Well, then why were we elected to do this? So I'm not giving up my authority to basically regulate and make sure that the master plan of what I can master plan in my ward basically is something that my constituents can support. And so I'm not giving up that authority. At least my vote, I'm not giving up that vote to do that.
Okay, thank you, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem. Ross?
Thank you, Mayor, and I understand Councilman Barlow's position entirely. I don't think that's what this does. I don't think this takes away any council member's ability to have any say over any of the applicants that come before us that don't need special requests. Let me say this first to you, Mr. Perigo, and to your staff. You've done a fabulous job. I'm going to echo what Councilman Anthony said about streamlining the process. I've been on that rant for quite some time now about making it easier to do business with the city of Las Vegas, and this is just another example of making it easy to do business with us. I don't agree with my colleagues on the other end there in regards to it takes away their ability to work with the applicant or work with the neighborhood. It doesn't do that. And Mr. Perigo, I know that if there are items and certainly in my ward that you will bring them to my attention, or my staff will actually do their job and read through every one of those applications and see what's going on and bring that to my attention. So I'm fully comfortable voting to support this, and I will vote against the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion to strike. We're missing Councilman Coffin and Councilwoman Tarkanian's vote.
Well, yeah, I'd like to talk. I've been sitting here with the light on half the day here. I just would like to say that I don't think Councilman Ross understands some of the situation we have in these older communities. And I will say, when we switched over authority, even on the Planning Commission, to make it faster, that we would say, okay, these we could give prior approval to. I think you know of a time that it occurred in my ward that the person in planning went ahead and approved it without getting me any chance, and it was a problem in my community. I was able to handle it, but nonetheless, I don't want that to happen again. You have to think of people first. You cannot think of business profits first. People are the ones that count. Business, of course, we want it to come in there, but I think doing it this way keeps more of it hidden from the public, and we keep talking about we're transparent. I don't expect his motion to pass, but I will put myself on the record right now to say that we have, in the last few years, been moving further and further in a direction where it's coming profit over people.
Okay, would you please post? Okay, the motion does not carry. And is there another motion?
I would, Mayor, before there's another motion, I expect it would be a motion to adopt, being the opposite of the last motion. I think Mr. Perigo and Mr. Steed have some amendments they want to propose before you consider that.
And it might be worthwhile to let Mr. Perigo explain a mechanism that's built into this bill that will afford Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffin and Councilwoman Tarkanian an opportunity to basically instruct staff, should this go forward, that all of these site plan reviews for their wards will come forward through the normal process.
If we're all informed.
Well, I
It will
thought that's what
happen
you
as a
said.
matter of record because you've already
As
requested
a matter
it.
of record, I was not informed sometimes, so that's why I care so much about this.
Your Honor?
Okay, yes.
Perhaps as a kickstart for our coming discussion, you'd accept my motion to adopt this text amendment.
Okay. So your motion, if you could get closer to your microphone, say it again.
To adopt this text amendment in agenda item 44.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt agenda item 44.
Mayor,
And
is
hopefully
there
with
any
the
interest-
caveat.
Is there any interest in hearing the proposed amendment that Mr. Perigo wanted to
Oh,
have?
absolutely. That
Yes.
might help with the clarification.
Your Honor,
Maybe do that.
I would like
Thank
an
you.
opportunity to explain that real quick, if I might.
Thank you. You are going to, or Mr. Steed?
I would like to, and then Mr. Steed will make clear the legality or the legal part of that, how that fits in the ordinance. So the clarification there are really two. One is to make it clear that if you appeal a decision, an administrative decision, that appeal comes directly to council, and that we want to make clear. The other clarification is to allow council to appeal something prior to a decision, and that would kick it into the normal process. So, for example, if there's concern with this process, then a council member could say, I would like site plans to come through the normal process, in which case it will be notified, it'll go through a public hearing, as it does today. Nothing will change if they so choose to do that. And that's sort of the clarification that we've worked out, Mr. Steed and I, this morning.
Okay, Mr. Steed.
Yes, thank you. The changes would be on page 5, but before I describe them, it should be clear that this is not an appeal. The council is not a party that could appeal a decision. And I know that Mr. Perigo is using it as a generic term. The correct term is a request to review, because you are potentially decision makers, so you can't appeal something to bring it for you. The text amendment talks about a request to review. And so the changes that we would want clarification on are on page 5. Right now it says, except as, this is line 4, by the way, if you want to follow along, except as otherwise provided by this paragraph 3, the administrative approval of a site development plan pursuant to this subsection F shall be final action unless, and right now it says within, but we would propose that within be changed to no later than 10 days following the approval, a member of the city council files with the director a written request for the council to review the approval. And then the following sentence, we need clarification that it doesn't go to planning commission. So that language would read, in the event such a request is filed, the site development plan shall be forwarded to the city council and otherwise be subject to the major review process. What that means is it's not going to go through the Planning Commission, it's going to come direct to you as the final decision maker.
Thank you. And would there be, could there be something added that in the older wards, 1, 3, and 5, automatically you're going to notify them of everything that comes in front of them?
Let's add that, that's good.
Well, currently, the way it's...
With the 10 days, but that's not a lot of time.
Well, the way it would be set up with these clarifications, it would allow a council member to notify the planning department of its intent that these follow the normal process. And so site plan reviews then, that the applications would come in and we would process those as we do today.
Except if the application comes to you first and they're unaware of it, which is very rare. I mean, usually they contact council office first.
Well, what I'm saying is that it would be the same process as it is today. Nothing would change for a council member that chose to have all these follow the normal process. They could simply say, we would like these forwarded, and I'm not sure exactly the language, to council, in which case the application would come in, we would process it as we do today. It would be publicly notified, it would go to Planning Commission, and then it could either be final action or then forwarded to City Council. And it would go through the same process it does today.
But that doesn't really answer her question. Why couldn't you, on those 3 wards, do it a slightly different way? You told us what's going to happen, but what's the reason why you can't do what she brought up?
I'm looking over at Mr.
Yeah, I don't think that that's a permissible way to adopt an ordinance that's citywide, to specify ward-specific, that is based, rather than on zoning principles, is based on government official preferences. That just doesn't work. You're going to have to trust your staff to let you know in advance, or you don't adopt this amendment. One of those 2 things.
Well, we might as well continue the way we have in the past, where the very large, richer districts get more money and bigger parks and stuff like that, because we can't do things different.
Your Honor?
Councilman Beers?
What if we incorporated a process into the process?
Well, what is it?
That required the council office early on in the administrative approval process to approve in writing.
I think
Does
that
that-
defeats
does that-
it.
to insert-
Let's hear from the city manager.
I'm worried, I'm sensitive to what I'm hearing from Councilman Barlow, which is the whole issue of creating work for the council offices. I believe what I'm hearing is that the attorney's office has created a new category of a right to review category, that it would appear to me, and Val, correct me if I'm wrong, that if this ordinance is adopted and goes into effect in the next several days after publishing, that for each of the council offices that are interested today, that they could go ahead and request the right to review on every single one of these site plans going forward. And then, as a matter of course, those site plans would go through the normal process, the process that's in place today.
Correct.
If a council person did not opt in to that right to review in a, what I would describe as a blanket fashion, then let's say Councilman Anthony doesn't opt into that, but a site plan review is approved administratively by the planning department. He would have 10 days from the approval of that site plan administratively to request a review. So a site plan from Ward 4 could come forward directly to council to address whatever the issues Councilman Anthony might have with that site plan. Meanwhile, council would continue to review all of the site plans from the wards that indicated that they wanted the right to review in a blanket fashion. So if this is to go forward with the amendment that Mr. Steed has read into the record and that Mr. Perigo has been working on since recommending committees, these issues came up at recommending committee, we could very quickly give you a template, each of the offices that are interested in having this blanket review required for site plans, and all of those would proceed as you're used to today. They go to Planning Commission, then they would come to you as a full council, and you would then approve or deny them. You could modify, as you've indicated, Councilman Barlow, through that chain and through that process, chain of events in that process. I'm hoping that that addresses this without putting another step in the beginning, as Councilman Beers has suggested, because I'm really worried early on, people withdraw applications, they do all kinds of weird things, and then that may create a lot more moving parts, and I know that's what Councilwoman was referencing, that sometimes things get going through a process and then they take a turn, and then that gets lost. It doesn't hit the right filters. So this blanket approval suggestion of Mr. Perigo's is probably the safest way to go for individuals, should this bill pass, to ensure that every site plan review comes to council in your wards. If you're comfortable with it meets 100% of the plan, and you feel that it's okay for an administrative approval, then those would just move on through. You'd be notified. If there's a problem, you tell us to put it on the agenda.
Sounds reasonable. Does that fit
So,
Mr.
Your
Steed
Honor,
or no?
I
Let
would-
me hear from Mr. Steed if I could then, Councilman.
Yeah, let me just say that I did hear reference to a planning commission, and the way that I read it into the record, it would never go to the planning commission, whether it was a specific request or a blanket request. If you want to factor the planning commission in there, we're going to have to do some rewriting.
So, yes, but go ahead, Councilman
So,
Beers.
Your
I
Honor,
want to make a comment and then
I
go
would just
through.
like to amend my, my motion to accommodate this text, this amendment that's just been proposed to the text amendment on our agenda, noting that while I too am somewhat sensitive to creating more work for council offices, I'm more sensitive than that to creating more work for the rest of the world.
And therefore, you're accepting Mr. Steed or Ms. Fretwell's?
Both are, I think they're the same.
Well, I think there may be a little bit of a miscommunication between
That's
Mr. Steed and I think this is something Councilman Barlow is kind of sensitive to, so let me see if I get this right.
Okay.
The amendment that you've suggested, Val, would allow the council to require a review at city council for all site plans. What I'm suggesting is that if that, I believe Councilman Beers is about to make a motion to amend the motion to include this amendment. If he does that, then that would not necessarily require those site plan reviews to go to Planning Commission before they come to the full council.
Correct.
What I'm hearing Councilman Barlow say is that he would like for it to go to Planning Commission and then to council for site plan reviews.
That is correct. And if it's approved at Planning Commission, that's fine.
Okay.
But you cannot take out Planning Commission as well as City Council and approve it at staff level. That makes absolutely no sense to me. How do we do that? Amidst all of the time that it's saving, what it's really causing is an opportunity for each one of our council offices, specifically wards 1, 3, and 5, to have to get back out into the neighborhood to correct a problem that staff could have possibly created with the neighbors. Now we're behind the 8 ball. The reason why it's 100% right now, and it's a flawless process right now, we're not changing it because there's problems in the system. We're changing it because it reduces the amount of time by 88 days for the developer. And I get that. I'm not balking against that. All I'm saying is the reason why it's 100% is because they've been working with our offices. That's why it's been 100%.
Your Honor? Your Honor, if I may just
Please,
add here,
Counsel.
we really, we're making hamburger at the dais, and it's ugly, and I'm just thinking, would it be possible to obey this? And I'm asking for the forbearance of the maker of the motion, if he would withdraw or at least give us a couple of weeks to see in writing and then understand the implication of what is in writing before we move any further. Because I'm willing to listen, but I can't make law based on back and forth at the dais. That just doesn't make sense for all of us, you know.
Your Honor, he is such a silver-tongued devil.
You worked with him for a long time.
I would like to withdraw my motion and move for abeyance to the December 2nd meeting. Is that correct? Is that our next meeting is December 2nd? Yes. I would like to motion for abeyance of this matter until our December 2nd.
Mayor, if
Okay,
I may,
that's fine.
if I may,
Yes.
because this is, I'm very passionate about this, and I have to protect the developments that are taking place in Ward 5. Unfortunately, I know that due to travel on the 2nd for me, I won't be here. So if you don't mind pushing it at least to the second
Honor,
meeting in December, that'll
If
be
you
helpful.
will, if you will grant me this extreme
We're having
forbearance
such a good time here. Yes, now where are you moving
to
it
withdraw my earlier withdrawal of my first and amended
Good.
motion,
And now where are you
and to
going?
withdraw my last motion, and instead to move that we obey this matter until December the 16th. Is that correct? December 16th? December 16th.
Okay, so there is a motion to obey this item, agenda item 44, until December 16th. There is that motion. Would everybody please vote on this?
Thank you, Mr. Beers.
Thank you, Mr. Beers.
And Mr. Steed, and the motion carries. I would like to ask Mr. Steed this question. I don't understand why, if this, in our big growth areas of 2, 4, and 6, and letting staff move forward in evaluation and moving these to save the developer time, energy, and money, why it couldn't be selective to the council person to have it done differently at this time until re-election and a new council person, or until something else. Why couldn't it be specified that it would, those items on 1, 3, and 5 could go to their offices first or simultaneously as they go to planning? And in 2, 4, and 6, move it along with the 10-day attention of the council members, so they're saving time in their offices and are able to go out and do different things, because 2, 4, and 6, and 1, 3, and 5 are very definitely different types of wards.
I think that could be done if you could create a record that showed how 1, 3, and 5 are different than 2, 4, and 6 in every case. And the
Because
problem
1,
is,
3, and
the
5
problem
are
is that,
redevelopment areas.
well, there certainly are urban and non-urban areas in each ward. Each ward has items that create controversy, and each ward has items that don't. So I'm saying, I mean, you can put it in there, I just don't think it's sustainable in court.
Mayor, after talking to Mr. Steed, I think we have a recommendation that we will be prepared to bring to council that gets not totally where Councilman Barlow wants to go, but would reinstate the process as we are familiar with it today for the older wards, if they chose that. If the maker of the motion and the sponsor of the bill will be willing to accept that kind of amendment. What I would like to do is honor Councilman Coffin's request, which is get us something in writing so that they can look at it. And then that way, I think that will give us a lot more opportunity over the next few weeks to get the amendment right. And if council chooses to go forward with that amendment to this bill, then we may be able to address this without bifurcating the city or trying to define a new area and treat one area differently than the other from a zoning code standpoint.
However, wards 1, 3, and 5 are very definitely different than 2, 4, and 6. And so the needs of the council people and what they're doing in 2, 4, and 6 to help expedite the process for the developer and the business person is critical. But then again, listening to this side, their wards are very different. And whether it depends on redevelopment area or whatever, I don't know. But hopefully you'll investigate it all.
I guarantee you half of these site plan reviews are not happening in a redevelopment area. So we need to make sure we're covering their entire wards, and that's what we would work to try and address.
And Mayor, one additional step, if I may ask for the city manager. is
Certainly.
I want more clarification as to why the planning commission is being taken out of the conversation.
We would put them back in. The amendment that I've discussed with Mr. Steed would put them back in.
Because that would be helpful also,
Yes.
because having the final action at planning commission will also help us to address Mr. pair goes concerned in regards to reducing
Time.
that amount of time as well. Because
Absolutely.
a lot of these items are final action at Planning Commission, but only due to the fact that they've worked with the City Council office, and we said, go ahead and move forward for final action at Planning Commission, so they don't come before City Council.
Unless you need them to, and then
Unless
they
we
can
need
come
them
on.
to.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you.
However, Planning Commission is an appointed body, not an elected body, so you best be sure you have the right people in your planning positions.
And one more
to
thing,
do
Mayor.
this. Yes.
I just know you will love this stuff, but the neighborhood associations play a role. They're not even appointed by the council. They are self-governing, and we do our best to keep them in I should say, in the information flow. Currently, we notify them of everything as far as I know. In the new areas of town, it's governed mostly by, homeowners associations, which are formally recognized in law, and they know how to speak, and they're funded, and they knew their deal. Right now, I want to make sure that the neighborhood associations are still in the total information flow, so that they get it in addition to the council offices. Does that have to be discussed in writing, or can that be something that we make sure? I've got 44 neighborhood associations, to give you an example. We need 100, probably, at least, in order to really satisfy the needs of Ward 3. So, we're trying to build them and keep them alive. We need to make sure they're in the information flow.
I think we can reaffirm that they are being notified. Councilman, I'll check on that and then double back with you and the rest of the council about our processes as it relates to that.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to agenda item 45. Bill number 2015-96. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-96, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation limited tax City Hall bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2015C, for the purpose of repaying the lease purchase agreement for City Hall, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, and providing other matters relating thereto, and providing the effective date hereof.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's motion to approve on agenda item 45. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 46, recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 46 and 47, bills number 2015-94 and 2015-95 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. And that's, 48, new bills. Items number 48 and 49, bills 2015-97 and 2015-98 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, November 30th, 2015. City Attorney, please read the new bills.
With your permission, Your Honor, Mr. Scott Morris will read the bills today.
Bill number 2015-97, an ordinance to amend LVMC Title VII to replace provisions pertaining to feral cats with provisions pertaining to community cats and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, and then bill number 49, please. Excuse me.
Bill number
98.
2015-98.
Thank you.
An ordinance to prohibit pet shops from selling or disposing of cats or dogs or cats other than those obtained from an animal shelter, nonprofit humane society, or nonprofit animal rescue organization, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
These new bills, 2015-97 and 2015-98, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And we will move on now to planning consent agenda. This is agenda item number 50. For possible action on any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would motion to obey agenda items 61, 62, and 63. That is GPA 61055, ZON 61056, and SDR 61057. Applicant owner Ernest Becker, the 4th and Kathleen Becker Family Trust on 10 acres at the southeast corner of Hualapai. I would move to obey that item to December 16th. And that is a request by the applicant. Agenda item 86, SUP 60423.
If you don't mind on that one, we're going to push it out to January.
Which one? 86?
86.
86, you're requesting that be obeyed to January what?
What is the first meeting in January?
6th.
January 6th.
All right, then in that motion, agenda item 86, SUP 60423, applicant owner 3101 Rancho LP at 3101 North Rancho Drive. Applicant has requested that item be obeyed to January 6th, 2016. Agenda items 92 through 98, EOT 61520, EOT 61522, EOT 61523, EOT 61524, EOT 61525, and EOT 61527, and EOT 61528. Applicant Don F. Ahern, DFA LLC on 20.53 acres at 1726 West Bonanza. That is a withdrawal without prejudice. Agenda item 99, staff is requesting it be stricken from the agenda. That is DIR 61099. That is my motion.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion? Please vote. And then please post. And those motions carry. Okay, agenda items 51 through 55 in the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. 51, EOT 60708, abeyance item, applicant owner 3000 MW LLC, and a request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 41779 for a 136-unit apartment complex with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along portions of the north perimeter where 6 feet is required on 9.92 acres at 3000 North Michael Way, R-3 medium density residential zone, and that's in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Item number 52 through 55 are related items on the consent agenda. The applicant owner is 1028 Fremont Street, LLC, for property located at 1028 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. Agenda item 52, EOT 61537, on a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 49553 for a proposed 2,625 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 4,250 square feet of outdoor seating area, Suite 146. Agenda item 53, EOT 61539, and a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 49552 for a proposed 2,360 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 4,250 square feet of outdoor seating area at Suite 140. Agenda item 54, EOT 61610, on a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 49549 for proposed 2,000 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 1,750 square feet of outdoor seating area at Suite 100. And agenda item 55, EOT 61695, and a request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 49548 for the conversion of a motel into a 50,768 square foot retail center. Consent items 52 through 54 in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. These are non-public hearing items. Through Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 51 through 55?
Mayor, Your Honor, on this item, if I may ask a question of council. A request has come in to open these up for discussion, but in fact they're not for public hearing. So I'm not quite sure what, I mean, there must be somebody coming here to object or to get some words on the record, but I do not know whether we are permitted to do that.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem with it.
I was going to say that'd be up to the mayor to make that determination whether she'd like someone to
Yeah, I think
speak.
it would be all right.
Okay.
We have a card here from a Doug DeMoss for clarification on agenda items 52, 53, 54, and 55. And so if you're still here.
Before Mr. DeMoss comes up, Mayor, I think we can go ahead and approve agenda item 51.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if we're going to pull those other items forward.
That's right.
He was
52
just being
through 55.
expeditious for us here. Is Mr. DeMoss here?
Nope.
All right, I'm going to close down that piece
All right,
of the
then.
public hearing. Thank you very much. Let's take it one at a time. Agenda item 51, let's do that. That's in Councilman Barlow's, and then we'll
Mayor,
go.
this is
then-
one motion, one vote on all items.
Well, you asked for the 51 to come
I did,
separately.
but if the speaker's not here, then we'll go ahead and do one motion, one vote on items 51
Oh.
through 55. My motion is to approve.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Oh, are those consent items?
There's no one
Oh,
motion.
okay,
one vote.
you're right. That was on consent. So my motion would be to approve.
Try it
the
again.
My motion would be to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. This motion to approve, please
Sorry,
vote
Mr.
and
sorry,
please
Mr.
post.
Scott.
You confused me is all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Sorry,
For
Mayor.
keeping us, no, you unscrambled the scramble. Thank you, motion carries. Moving right along. Whoops, it's stuck. Why is this stuck? Oh, my God. Okay. Agenda item 56 and 57, GPA 60635, and a request for a general plan amendment from ML Medium Low Density Residential to SC Service Commercial on 57 ZON 60636 on a request for rezoning from R-CL Single Family Compact Lot to C-1 Limited Commercial. The applicant is Providence Plaza LLC. The owner is Providence Plaza LLC et al. on 10.42 acres at the south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 285 feet east of Wallapai. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, or public hearing items, which I now declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. To my right is Mr. Hank Gordon, who is a property owner here and also the applicant in this matter. We're both here to answer any questions that you may have. I could do the presentation, or I don't know if you want staff to give their report.
I'd like to ask Mr. Perigo, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This subject site was previously planned for commercial development. At a previous request of the property owner, it was changed to residential, and now they're asking to take it back to commercial, and Planning Commission and staff find that is appropriate. Recommend approval.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these agenda items, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close that. And Councilman Ross, do you have comments, questions, anybody else?
I don't. I'm grateful to see Mr. Gordon here today as the primary of the property, along with his counsel, Mr. Gronauer. I've worked very closely with both of these men. I'm very pleased about this project. I would move to approve agenda item 56.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 56. It looks exciting. Please vote and please post. And before you choke, could you move on 57?
And also move to approve agenda item 57, Your Honor, and look forward to this, to helping them further with their project.
Thank you. 56 carried, so please vote on agenda item 57. There it is. And please vote and please post. And that motion carries too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have a question for Hank.
Yes, please.
Before you leave. Hank, you once had an idea for us on what might happen on that raw land that's been sitting where the showboat used to be that Stations has held for a long, long time. And I just hope that you're still working on some little ideas, or you got some thoughts that you can persuade Stations to do something with that property.
You're referring to the property?
The old Showboat Hotel.
Yeah. Well, I had a Hispanic department store chain came to Las Vegas, and we were working with them, 100,000 square foot building, which is a good-sized department store, and we were trying to create a Hispanic village with the department store and the grocery market, etc. And unfortunately, the two principals of the department store were brothers, and they got in a disagreement. One finally ended up buying the other out, and the one that bought him out said, we don't want a new store in Las Vegas, and it died at that point, Councilman Kaufman.
Thank you very
I'm sorry
much.
to say, 'cause I think it was a
too,
great
because
idea.
that Spanish Village was so important to the community, and we were so excited that that was going to go forward. So keep plugging along. Where there was one, there'll be another.
Well, Mayor, the problem we faced is that our business is retail commercial. We develop retail commercial, and we try and entice national retailers to come to Las Vegas. And it's been a real uphill battle since the recession started. Since then, just now, and one of the reasons we asked this rezoning to go through is because we have a national retailer who's committed, not quite committed, has verbally committed to go on the Deer Springs and Wallapai site.
Great.
But it's just now starting to begin a period of time where hopefully national retailers will recognize the potential of coming back to or coming originally to Las Vegas for their stores. And it's been a real battle, not just because of Las Vegas, but the internet business has hurt retailing substantially.
Oh, sure.
And they look at, should we go spend more money on new stores or build a facility to distribute internet sales? And so fortunately, we have 3 new shopping centers that we're going to start within the next 12 months in Las Vegas that are all grocery oriented. And those are the first that I know of in the last 7-8 years in the city of Las Vegas where you have brand new grocery market anchored shopping centers.
Wonderful. I remember our discussions about Ralph's and the box footprint. So my hope is you just continue on. You've done this wonderful thing now for out there at Wallapai, so it's great. But please work on. Keep going.
I'm sorry, the what?
Please keep at it for us.
I'm tenacious that way.
I know you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. We'll go on now to 58 through 60. 58 GPA 60900 on a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial. 59 ZON 60901 on a request for a rezoning from C2 General Commercial and RE Residence Estate to C2 General Commercial. And 60 TMP 60902 and a request for a tentative map for a 1-lot commercial subdivision. The applicant owner is Paris Robinson Eastern LLC on 51.21 acres on the southeast corner of Rancho Drive and Craig Road. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on all 3 items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, our public hearing, items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Mayor. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive.
Wonderful. Welcome. Please, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. All of the parcels that are part of this application have split zoning, and so these items would bring the zoning and the general plan into conformance and allow for commercial development on the site in the future.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Mr. Anderson has a change condition or an added condition?
Yes, Mayor. I have an added condition to suggest for item number 60, SDR 58164. We've been working with the applicant and agreed to amend condition number 5 to read as follows. Dedicate appropriate rights-of-way for a right turn lane on Rancho Drive at Craig Road, a second left turn lane at the southwest corner of Jones Boulevard and Craig Road per standard drawing 201.1, and bus turnouts on Craig Road east of Rancho Drive and on Jones Boulevard south of Craig Road on the final map for this site. Additionally, grant a 5-foot pedestrian access easement on Jones Boulevard adjacent to this site with the final map for this site. And that would be the amendment I recommend.
And that's the amendment, but this was requested by the developer, not by, or is it our request?
No, we've been working with the developer, and it's staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Would you accept?
Yes, we do. We have been working with Bart Anderson and his staff on off-site improvements for this.
And you accept the
Yes.
amendment? Okay, thank you. Public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on these items, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for our neighborhood association. This is exciting. We've been waiting for this for 20 years. Like, where has she been? Like I told Councilman Anthony in his office, this is going to be the most symbiotic agenda item he's ever had to deal with. She knows the neighborhood well. We've been looking forward for this to getting done. About 15 years ago, there was a developer who came in. It was called Bahama Village, and it didn't even go past planning commission. They wanted like 2 exits onto Jones, for crying out loud. And then there was another developer about the same time. He wanted to put a 10-story whatever in there, and he said, well, perhaps FAA wouldn't go along with it, and you know where the airplanes go. Okay. Anyway, as a neighborhood association, we're behind her 110%. We've had 2 meetings. This is going to happen. It's a done deal. It needs to be done sooner. That's pretty much it. Right, Jennifer?
I think so.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much for coming
Thank
or
you.
staying or whatever you've been doing. All right, Councilman Anthony, how say you on agenda? Well, I don't know if I did close the public hearing. If I didn't, I'm closing it now at this point. Anyone, before? There was nobody else, I don't think. Thank you very much. How about agenda item 58?
Okay, for item 58, I will follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 58. Please vote and please post. And on agenda, that carries, agenda item 59.
Make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 59. Please vote and please post. And agenda item 60 with number 5 amendment, is that what was number 5, correct?
Make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 60 as amended. Motion to approve. If it's stuck, there it
Right.
is. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Lex and the representatives of NARA. They have been great to work with, and we'll continue to work with them as development of this project moves forward.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, agenda items 61, 62, 63 have been obeyed to December 16th. Okay. Agenda items 64 and 65. 64, MOD 61039, a request for a Summerlin major modification of an approved development plan for Village 26 on 300.16 acres northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard in Clark County 215. And agenda item 65, TMP 60968, and a request for a tentative map for master plan village containing 323 single-family residential lots, 1 multifamily residential lot, and 14 large pod lots. The applicant is Pulte Homes in Nevada et al., and the owner is Howard Hughes Company, LLC et al., on 300.16 acres at the northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard in Clark County 215. P-C Plan Community Zone. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are also in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Wesley Petty. My address is 1555 South Rainbow. I'm here on behalf of Pulte Homes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peridot.
Thank you, Your Honor. All of some of the requirements for Village 26 are being met. The density is, they're proposing to reduce the density and therefore requires the major mod. Staff is and Planning Commission are both in support of this project.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name.
Hi.
Hello.
I've never done this before, so
You're
I'm
going to
really
do
nervous.
just fine. Enjoy it.
Okay, my name is Olga Janez, and I live at 2743 Feist Drive in Las Vegas. That's at Sun City. I've been here exactly 18 days.
Welcome. Where did you come from?
I'm a transplant from Bullhead City, living there just 3 years.
Beautiful up there.
And I am just delighted to be here, and to say that I felt like I'd come to nirvana was really great, especially since my home, from my bedroom, living room, and kitchen, little tiny townhouse, looks right at the mountain where this subdivision or whatever it's going to be is going to be built. I received the card a week after I moved in, and I couldn't believe it. I see that it's been approved, that the development has been approved. I'm just curious to know what the modifications are, and if you're going to tear down that mountain to build these homes. I am an outdoors person. I love it. I love the trails. I even, sorry to say, I trespassed to see what you guys are doing over there. And that's all. I just want to know if you're tearing down a mountain to build more homes. There's lots of apartments, and that's really
Thank
it.
you. Can you respond? That's a good question.
The mountains are part of what we're going to utilize them as our open space and keep them as is, and incorporate trails and other items to make them usable.
Okay, I would like to know, what is a POD?
It's a large lot pod for future development.
And you're building 300 and how many homes? 323 single homes. Now, that was a modification, and it was reduced to 323?
The 323 is our first phase.
Oh my gosh.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Ma'am, no disrespect, but through you, Mayor, maybe we want to obey this for a few minutes until you two have had time to sit down and chat about it instead of having it in public dialogue.
I would like that very much.
And that is entirely up to you,
nice.
Councilman.
Very
Just
nicely
making
done.
Just making a suggestion. Your call.
Very
Councilman.
nice.
Yeah, because I'm new, and I would just like to know.
Trail it. We'll go ahead and we'll take that. That's a very good suggestion. We'll trail these items. Why don't you just have a seat, sit down together, and we'll move on to agenda
Thank you.
item. Ooh, hold on. Let's see, 66 through 71, correct? Okay, 66, great idea, whoever thought of that. Thank you very much. No, it was a great idea. MOD 61253, and a request for a major modification of town. And by the way, if anybody else has interest in that property, please follow the lovely lady out from Boulder City, so you can have your questions answered as well. Hopefully, they're right outside the door. All right, MOD 61253, and a request for a major modification of the town center land use plan to amend the special land use designation from SC-TC Service Commercial Town Center to GCTC General Commercial Town Center on 1.62 acres on the east side of Durango Drive, approximately 375 feet from Farm Road, number 67, SUP 61067. A request for a special use permit for proposed 5,000 square foot restaurant with service bar used with 1,500 square feet of outdoor seating area at the southwest corner of Farm Road in Durango, number 68, SUP 61068, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,900 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment use at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Durango Drive, number 69, SUP 61071, and a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 30,000 square foot general retail store at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Durango Drive, TC Town Center, GCTC General Commercial Town Center, and SCTC Service Commercial Town Center Special Land Use Designation. Proposed GCTC General Commercial Town Center Special Land Use Designation Zone, number 70, SDR 61074, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 65,935 square foot shopping center with waivers of the Town Center Standards Manual and Title 19.08 to allow mini-mall commercial buildings to be located away from the public rights-of-way and landscape buffers, and to allow one 40-foot tall pylon sign where 24 feet is allowed. Please note a correction to the agenda for this item. It should reflect that staff is recommending denial, not approval of agenda item 70. And TMP 61075, and a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision. That's agenda item 71. The applicant owner is Farm and Durango Investors LLC on 9.61 acres at the southwest corner of Farm Road and Durango Drive, TC Town Center, GCTC General Commercial Town Center, and SCTC Service Commercial Town Center special land use designation, proposed GCTC General Commercial Town Center, special land use designation zone. Staff recommends approval on items 66 through 69 and on 71 and denial on 70. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Public hearing items which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Mayor. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, with a familiar face, Mr. Hank Gordon
Hello,
again.
welcome back. Okay, do you want to explain about the denial and anything else, Mr. Barrago, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff does find that commercial is appropriate for this site and is in support of each of the items, with the exception of the waiver request on item 70, the site plan to not have the buildings along the street on Farm Road. Other than that, staff is in support of the project.
And do you agree with that? No. Do you want to comment, please?
Yes, Jennifer Lazovich for the record. So, as you know, Hank Gordon has a wonderful reputation for developing commercial centers all throughout the valley. He knows the retailers, he knows what works for them, and quite frankly, setting the buildings back away from the street frontages is what works for the tenants that he's bringing to this site. If he wants to take a minute and tell you about the tenants, he can, but we feel very strongly that we need to have the site plan that we submitted approved. Also, I believe he developed the project across the street from here, and again, similarly over there, we have the pharmacy building set back from away from the street to get some parking up front, so you can tell if they're open as well. So, Hank,
Can we make it clear, across the street is the Albertson Center 15 years ago, not the one on the north side that failed.
Okay. And
The Lowe's Center was NARS.
Right. And you would say you are speaking, you are,
This
your
is
name.
going to be a,
Just your name, it's fine. For the record, your name.
oh, Hank Gordon,
Ah, okay.
1770 North Buffalo Drive.
Thanks.
Las Vegas 89128. This is going to be a Sprouts grocery market and a CVS drugstore. And I
Applause,
believe it's the
please.
first CVS to be built not on Las Vegas Boulevard in the Las Vegas area in years. And we're real happy about being able to put Sprouts in this general trade area. We've been successful in the center, the Albertson Center across the street for 15 years now. This is going to be another one. So
Great.
we're hoping that you will concur with our request.
Great, thank you very much. And questions, public. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment, please come forward, state your name.
I'm sorry.
There's a lady coming in to make some comments, public hearing.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, following that, we do have a revised condition after the public hearing.
Okay, we'll get back to you what that is.
Ooh, that slants.
And please state your name for the record and
Yes.
make your comments.
Yes, Virginia Gibson. I live on Impatience in the vicinity of this development. Looks like it's quite a project. But my objection is, well, I've heard a lot lately about the government's main purpose is to protect the people. So my main objection is the liquor. There's 3 entities, I believe, that either sell or serve alcohol. We already have, and I'm new at this too, so pardon me, a map that the Planning Commission, I got off of their website, and there's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this corner, in this intersection, that sells or places to consume liquor. So I'm just concerned because it is a neighborhood of families and children, and there's so much DUI in this town, and we keep on building these places where people can buy and consume liquor. So that's my concern about
Thank you.
this.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. I love what you said. People first, business second.
Thank you very much for waiting and coming here. And Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The special use permit requests are for a restaurant with service bar at a restaurant that is moving on the site, I believe, and I'm sure the applicant will speak to all of this. There's a special use permit for packaged liquor at the pharmacy, and a special use permit for beer, wine cooler off sale at the grocery store, but I'll let the applicant confirm all that.
Yes, Jennifer Lazarevich, for the record. As Tom Perigo just stated, and Hank said, we are looking to bring a Sprouts to this site. If you've been in a Sprouts, you know that they sell beer and wine. The CVS is going on the True corner. Again, that's somewhat of a standard request for their operations now. And the restaurant with service bar is for Rosati's Pizza. They've had great success in this area and want to open up an additional location. So it is going to be serving food as well. It is, I understand the concept that this is a neighborhood. I recognize that, but it is also a major commercial corner. When you're looking at your aerial right now, you'll see the other three corners have already developed out with commercial. We're the fourth and last corner, with the interchange, with 95 right there and Durango Drive. This is just the nature of additional uses that come with commercial uses for development in this area.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to comment? Please come forward and state your name. I'll close the public comment, and Councilman Ross, I think this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We did have a revised condition from Public Works.
Oh, please.
If we might. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Bart Anderson, Public Works. Item number 70, SDR 61074. We've been working with the applicant. They've requested a change to a condition, and we've agreed to it. So what we'd like to do is revise condition number 17 of that action to read as follows. The applicant shall work with both the city traffic engineer and the Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, on all new driveway geometrics and the continuation of the existing right turn lane at the southern edge of this site. Left in and left out access on Farm Road shall be allowed if approved by the traffic impact analysis with NDOT concurrence.
We do agree with that revised condition. We appreciate staff working with us.
Thank you very much. All right, so that is item number 17 in 70.
That's in
correct?
70.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Once again, I don't need to say welcome to the neighborhood. You're already there, and I cannot tell you how many of my constituents in this area are absolutely ecstatic about what you're going to do with this corner. I've spoken to folks who live right behind this that are excited about it. I've spoken to Ken Corbett, who's excited about moving his product over there, or not moving it, but adding to his product line for the Rosatis. This is an exciting time. I know my daughters are excited, my wife is excited, my staff's excited, so this is a good thing. Finally get that corner built out and get those other road improvements done as well. I know you well enough that I know you'll be working, you're already working closely with our traffic guys and with the Nevada Department of Transportation, and I offer to you any other additional help from my office to make that happen. So we're very excited about this, Mr. Gordon. I've got, I put this out in the newsletter that it's coming. And the response has been overwhelming, and I get asked all the time, when's it going to happen, when's it going to happen, when are they going to start construction? So we're excited about that. So on agenda item number 66, I would move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 66. Please vote and please post.
On 67, Your Honor.
That motion carries. 67.
On 67, Your Honor, Mr. Gordon, Ms. Lazarevich, Councilman Beers brought up a good point. He has a restaurant in his ward, almost in your ward, and one in his ward that allows dogs on the patio. Is that something that Rosati's may be entertaining, or do you want to throw?
We have a signed lease with Rosati's.
I will say that we have a patio concept as part of the Rosati's
model on the other.
Yeah, now whether or not they're going to allow dogs, I think we have to talk to the owner of Rosati's, but at least it has a patio attached to the restaurant.
Well, I understand, Mr. Perigo, the health district is after these other restaurants and all about it, so I don't know if there's a way we can just protect them to throw that in there. Councilman Beers, what is your thoughts through you, Mayor,
well,
of course?
Thank you, Mayor Protem. I probably need to have a conversation with planning. They've just published some very aggressive new rules. The Board of Health is in the process, we don't know how long it will take, of curbing those rules. There seems to be agreement that staff has pushed way too far. And it may be something that we can circumvent here by, in advance, authorizing dogs on 100% of the patio, if the owner wants that, and putting ourselves in front of that. There's a FDA rule about having dogs inside buildings that are restaurants, and the Health District has extended that out to patios since this restaurant in downtown Summerlin opened up with a advertised dog-friendly patio. That got them excited, and so they've rather hastily convened some regulations that are a little onerous. We may want to get in front of.
And through the mayor, thank you, Councilman, for bringing that up. So I just don't want to restrict Mr. Corbett in any way, shape, or form. Or can we, through the mayor to Mr. Perigo, is there a way we can write a condition there to allow that if the owner desires to do so?
I don't know that there's anything that prohibits that at this time. It's certainly something we'd be happy to look into, and I think I would defer to Mr. Scott on sort of any current rules that I'm not aware of.
I'm not aware of any rules as well, Mayor Pro Tem, so.
Okay. And if it becomes an issue, and such, Councilman Beers, thanks for bringing that to my attention, because if it becomes an issue in the future, we may want to address that and review of conditions somewhere down the road.
So as I understand it, there's nothing that would have us come back to ask for permission to do it. We can do it, recognizing that there might be some other issues.
I think it'd have to, I guess I have to pay some deference to the Health District as to what their rules would be with regard to that type of activity. So regardless of whether the council says you can do it, the Health District will probably have the final say.
We have had at least one other Ward 2 incident where a restaurant was cited for not having enough seats in its dining area for the number of restrooms that they offered. It was a takeout restaurant that didn't have a dining area. And after they were cited, I had to intercede, and it ended up that the city had given them a variance for the seats issue at the time that we gave them the entitlement, and we ended up being in front of the debate, and that's how come they ended up backing out of that particular enforcement issue at the Health District. So I bring all this up, and it's more than just this place, but when I saw that it had a patio, that triggered my attention, and it may be something we need to develop a standard patio set of language for in planning, a template, if you will.
And this may be a pure health district rule, just because it involves food and animals and animal waste and that kind of thing. So
it's more a regulatory opportunity than a health issue.
And it's more of just to be aware that that's out there as your appetite comes to go ahead and pursue having animals.
And I don't see a problem with it right now, but it's probably important we take a look at this in the future. If we don't have anything on the books, of course, that doesn't allow them to do that. I mean, if I wanted to go there, walk down the street and take my dog on the leash and sit on the patio, I don't know if that's prohibitive in our ordinances right now.
In the presentation we got from the Health District staff, amongst the perils of dogs are fleas and ticks, none of which exist in this environment. So there's probably a little bit of a mismatch between what those regulators are thinking and what can be done in this particular climate. So I just brought it up, and it may be something that we want to work on, some template language, and handle that at the front end of things in the city.
So with that, Mayor, with your permission, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I can tell you this, that Rosati's Pizza can cure the common cold, so I'm not worried about the fleas or the ticks. So that's what I'm going to move forward to move to approve agenda item 67, SUP 61067.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve, and please vote. And post, please.
And on
motion carries. Let's move on to 68.
On agenda item 68, I would to respond to Ms. Virginia's comments about the saturation of alcohol. This is Las Vegas, and it's all over the place. So certainly we understand the issues with DUI and that sort of thing. We're certainly not forcing anyone to drink.
No.
I would move to follow Staff and Planning Commission's recommendation on agenda item 68 for approval, please.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 68. And please post. Motion carries. Is 69, please.
I would move to follow staff's recommendation and planning commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 69.
Maybe.
There it is. Please vote and please post. We'll take a voice vote on agenda item 69. All those in favor, as recommended, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. And Councilwoman's not here. So moving on to agenda item 70, we'll do it the same way unless you're ready. Agenda item 70, SDR 61074, with the conditions under item 17.
I would move to follow planning commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions and as amended.
Thank you.
And this would be with the design that we submitted.
Yes, with the design that you submitted.
Okay. Voice vote, please. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Anyone did not vote? And Councilwoman's not here, so that passes. Agenda item 71.
I would follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 71 as well.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 71. Let's have a voice vote. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anybody abstain? No, they didn't. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you here for 72 through 76?
Mayor, actually, can we go back to the
Are they back?
64?
Okay, agenda items 64 and 65. Okay. We'll continue with voice vote. No more reasons. Okay, agenda item 64, MOD 61039, a request. I was already there, I read them. Do I need to read it again? No.
Okay, Mayor.
And so where we were was public hearing, and the lovely lady who has moved here from Boulder City, I hope you satisfied, or else you locked her out of the chambers, I could tell. Where are you? There you are. So you had a lovely conversation? Yes, everything satisfied?
Yes, we did. I got
Thank you.
clarification and got my
Good.
questions answered.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Now you're well practiced to come back. All right, let's proceed on, and this is anyone else from public who would like to make comment on these items? Hearing none and seeing none, we will now move. Mr. Perigo, you made your comments on this, did you not?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a pretty big deal. I mean, this project was started, I don't know, 8, 9 years ago or whatever, and it just stopped because of the economy. And I mean, this kind of project tells us Las Vegas is coming back. So I'm glad to see you all are ready to move forward. And actually, the major modification is to reduce the density, which is kind of neat. So this is going to be a great project. And not only that, but it's in Ward 4. I think this is the only one that'll get, there's not much empty land left in Ward 4. So great job, and I'm looking forward to the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting and all that stuff. So with that, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval on item number 69.
Thank you. There's a
Your Honor,
motion.
Your Honor, one
Yes,
question.
please, comment
I'm
from
sorry.
Councilman Coffin.
Oh, just that, is that
64.
federally protected land then, right there behind it?
Right to the west, yes.
It's part of the Red Rock Conservation Area?
And there's BLM directly to the
Yeah.
northwest
Okay, so all
area.
the way, it's
Pretty much
really-
we're surrounded by it,
It's as
yes.
high as you can go in the valley then, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion
Your
to
Honor.
approve agenda item 64.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
could I get the back to cycle through the slides to the elevation chart? I don't know if I
Boy,
can or
that's
not.
so pretty.
That one right there. What is the top chart? I think the bottom chart is a west to east
Slope.
elevation. What is the top chart?
We do a north and south and an east and west.
I see, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 64. Please, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed or abstain? Nope, motion carries, aye. And on agenda items, with Tarkanian not voting. And agenda item 65, how say you, Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval on item number 65 with all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 65. Please signify by aye. 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 And anyone didn't vote or opposed except for Councilwoman Tarkanian, who's not here. Motion carries. Go forth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're back to agenda item 72. Okay, at 72. 72, ZON 61027 on a request for rezoning from PR Professional Office and Parking to R4 High Density Residential, number 73 VIR 61029, a request for variance to allow proposed 8-foot tall wall where 5 feet, the top 3 feet, 50% open, is a maximum height allowed in the front yard to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 5 feet is required for proposed 3-unit multifamily development, a 0-foot corner side and rear yard setback for an accessory structure, Class 2 carport, where 3 feet is required. Agenda item 74, VAR 61030, and a request for variance to allow a 21-foot residential adjacency setback where 81 feet is required for proposed 3-unit multifamily development and a 21-foot residential adjacency setback for proposed trash enclosure where 50 feet is the minimum required. Number 75 VAR 61032, and a request for a variance to allow 4 parking spaces where 6 parking spaces are required. And agenda item 76 SDR 61033, and a request for a site development plan review for a 2-story 3-unit multifamily development with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 8 feet is required, a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north perimeter where 15 feet is required, and 4-foot landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required. The applicant is Thomas Schuman, and the owner is L. Walker LLC on .16 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Bonneville Avenue and 8th Street, PR Professional Office and Parking. Proposed R-4 high-density residential zone. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, or public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hi there, Mr. Schuman.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tom Schuman. I live at 37 Promontory Ridge Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135. I am the owner and the architect for the project, and I'm before you this afternoon to answer any questions the council may have or the public may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paragon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed development is consistent with policies of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan, which encourages neighborhood revitalization through a variety of incentives, including relaxation of setback requirements and the development of 2-, 3-, and 4-plex housing opportunities. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review and all associated applications.
Thank you very much. All right, public hearing items here. Anyone wishing to be heard on these particular items 72 through 76, please come forward, state your name. Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom, just a couple of questions because, frankly, it's a little unusual. It's essentially single-family residences moving into downtown.
Yeah,
what's the market for that?
Well, in looking at that particular neighborhood, as you know from current planning efforts, it's being proposed as the Founders Neighborhood. We look at that neighborhood and view it as having a lot of good history, and the history is primarily residential. It was overlaid for many years with office. Now it's currently overlaid with mixed use and office opportunities. And that mixed use category includes residential, as well as the R4 category exists here and there. We believe there's a demand for this type of product. And it really has yet to be built in downtown Las Vegas, but fairly familiar to other cities around the country. And what that is a vertical residential opportunity. So these are vertical townhouses in urban locations. We envision initially renting them as opposed to selling them. We have several sites that we're proposing to build similar types of projects. I have another project entitled on 6th in Bonneville, if you recall. And what seems to happen is every time I start these projects, people come up to me and say, that's a great idea, because I'd like to be part of it. The 6th and Bonneville project, Councilman Kaufman, we're now working with adjacent property owners, which are the Picolis, to develop a larger project rather than 4 units, it's going to 12 units. And I see more of this happening. And typically, whenever I show this project, this type of project, I get a lot of very favorable interest. People follow me out of council chambers and say, can they have one? Or are they going to be for sale, or what's the story? So we believe this is a type of product that has yet to be put downtown, but we think there's a demand for it, and every time I show it to friends and family, I get nothing but favorable interest. So I think it'll work well downtown.
Okay, the only other thing that comes to mind, there were some objections, I think 3, they were not severe objections. In fact, I think one primarily was looking at, well, I think what they're thinking is that by going residential right here, does that then jeopardize the adjacent and or very close neighbors in an area which is multi-use? Is it going to make it tougher for someone to establish some other kind of business right next to these residences? Because that's important.
I understand the question. I think one of the great aspects of living downtown is that it's a pedestrian environment, and that pedestrian environment is mixed. It combines office, residential, retail, some entertainment opportunities, and that's what makes it a vibrant downtown. I don't believe a downtown is very vibrant without the residential. You need all the components within the neighborhood to work well together. So to try to answer your question, I think that I think the residential people who choose to live downtown embrace the idea that there are other types of uses within their neighborhood. That's why you're there. I would love to be able to walk to a cafe or walk to a bookstore or whatever is appropriate within the neighborhood. And I think anytime those uses come before the residences, if they're culturally compatible, they're going to support them.
Well, thank you. Just one last thing then, Mayor. I'd like to have staff on record here so that we know confirmation, so I'm not asking for trouble here by allowing essentially what is the equivalent of single family downtown. I want to make sure that other property owners around there are not restricted in any way from plans that they may have had in mind for a long time sitting on their land. I know there's some vacant lots, but there's also some eminently developable property. So the introduction of single-family residences will not affect, I gather, from previous conversations. Let's make sure that it doesn't put restrictions on those others.
Yes, Your Honor, through you. Councilman, because the zoning is to R4, which is a multifamily zoning district, it really wouldn't impact the surrounding properties. It doesn't enjoy the protection of residential adjacency or other types of zoning things that are set in place for single family. So having that zoning designation, we really don't see any impact to surrounding properties in terms of the kinds of things they can do in the future.
Okay, so a high-rise tower, it's going to fit. This presence does not change the potential to build a high-rise tower right there then, essentially?
Not this particular project, no.
Okay, all right, good. Then I think it seems to match what you want to do, Tom, and I think it'll fit. I don't know about the architecture myself. I'm no expert on that. I have no idea what you would call that, but I'm going to move for approval.
Thank you.
Agenda item 72.
Yes, sir. Are we doing it orally again?
We're going to try. It's
We're
up.
gonna try. Okay, I
Running.
move for adoption of 72 with conditions.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 72, and Councilwoman Tarkanian has been excused. She will not be attending the rest of the meeting. And that motion carries. Agenda item 73, please.
I move for passage of item 73, subject to all the conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 73. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Motion carries on a 74.
I move for passage subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 74. Please vote, please post. That motion carries. On 75, please.
I move for approval of item 75, subject to conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And finally, on agenda item 76.
I move for approval, subject to all conditions. Item
Thank you.
76.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 76. Please vote and please post. And when are you breaking ground?
A little uncertain on that. Hopefully in the spring is the projection. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good luck. We look forward to seeing it come
Thank you much.
go into
Bye-bye.
building. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 77, ZON 61098, public hearing. Applicant Todd Kessler, owner 100 10th Street LLC, for possible action or request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial on .31 acres at 100 South 10th Street, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Both Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? The applicant's here. Hello.
Yes, Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North here, as well as the owner of the operation, Mr. Lance Johns, is here today as well.
And tell us what this is that you're doing.
This is a simple rezone to allow for the Atomic Kitchen to take place, and the Atomic Kitchen is going to be the food and beverage venue that's attached to Atomic Liquor. And currently, there's a C1 and a C2 parcel. In order for us to get through the building and planning department, we have to merge the parcels. That's what you're seeing here today. In another month or so, you'll see an SUP. There'll probably be some public discussion on that by Mr. Damasi, who was not here earlier. And that will be coming forth with you in another month or so. We're on the December 8th Planning Commission, so we'll be back on the January City Council. But we would ask that you approve subject to conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions. This one's a pretty simple one. I think the SUP will be a bit more of a discussion item.
Mr. Perrigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff is recommending approval because the requested change to C2 is consistent and conforms with the general plan designation of commercial of the surrounding properties. And that's why Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval.
Excellent. Thank you. This is public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item or this one item? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close that. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I move for approval, I just want to remind Todd of a conversation we had in our office upstairs about noise. We want to make sure that, I know you have plans for outdoor use in and out, and yet so noise will escape. We do have residences not too far away, mostly multifamily, but and it's the opposite side of the street as opposed to where Mr. Damasi has his apartment buildings. So we just want to make sure that in the design, and I guess I'm counseling staff to double check, make sure that we do have what would appear to be sufficient, subject to the code requirements, sufficient noise barriers. I don't mean to make it noise proof, just that it needs to have common sense walls if something needs to be a little higher, or a little more soundproofing here and there. I want to see that done. Without, I think we can do that without any excessive cost. I think it's just a question of design as you start to look at that. And I think you would agree with that, wouldn't you, Todd?
Yes, I think, you know, the city is now going forward with a noise study, and a noise ordinance will be an evolution of that. I think that I'm involved in those discussions, others are involved in those discussions. We need to make sure that it both allows for some entertainment and residential. For this specific project, you know, we're spending $40 million next door to this project and putting in 231 residential units. So we have a vested interest in this location and its noise concerns that probably trumps anyone else's at this moment in time. And continuing, though, we will be part of this noise discussion. There will be, I believe, an effective and practical noise ordinance that will be coming out of these stakeholder meetings. And I'm sure that Mr. Johns will comply with whatever law is put forth in place as a result of those studies.
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, we will work with the applicant and review that application according to your request to take a look at issues related to noise.
Yeah, thank you. If something is an actual code violation because a wall can only be so high, but an extra couple of blocks literally could make a difference, then we need to allow that. And that's not a lot of cost, but it could save some complaints. I now move for approval, subject to the conditions. Item 77.
78.
I'm sorry. 77. No, 77.
It is 77, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to agendas items 78, 79, 80, and 81. VAR 60941, a request for variance to allow a 42-foot wide private street where 47 feet is required to install sidewalks on one side of the street, where both sides are required to install no gate on a private street where such is required. Agenda item 79, WVR 60942, on a request for a waiver to allow a 210-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to install no street lights. Agenda item 80, VAC 60943, and a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located in the northwest corner of Ann Road and Durango Drive. And agenda item 81, TMP 60944, and a request for a tentative map for a 12-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is TB Jack LLC on 3.95 acres, northwest corner of Ann Road and Durango Drive, RD, single-family residential restricted district zone. Staff recommends denial of items 78 and 81 and approval on items 79 and 80. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Public hearing items which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here on these matters representing D.R. Horton. If I could get your attention to the overhead, please. As you can see here on the overhead, turn it this way. Okay. We're located on the hard corner of Ann Road in Durango. We have about 5 acres of property here. As you know, usually when you're on hard corners, major arterial streets such as an Ann Road in Durango, you typically have commercial developments that come in those areas. In this area here, you have an infill piece of property where D.R. Horton is coming in to build a development with, which is analogous to your RD zoning, at 10,000 minimum square foot lots in this area, which then will buffer the lots to the east and to the north of us in the area. As you can see, adjacent to us, there are existing rural state developments. We did have a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors initially because required by code, but then the neighbors contacted us again. They wanted us to meet with them. We met with the neighbors that are directly adjacent to us in this area here last week. Pleased to report to you that they're in support of our application, and they're also excited, just as D.R. Horton is to come and build in the northwest area here. When you are dealing adjacent to rural neighborhood areas, such as this project here, there are certain requests that you make, such as a waiver of some of the off-site improvements on the street over here where it's already rural within itself. That's the reason why some of the requests are before you. Because we want to try to, as we transition out as a buffer on Durango and Ann, to give it a good enough buffer for the residences that are in this area. With that being said, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of all of the applications itself, and I do want to reiterate again is that we did go back out and meet with the neighbors a second time just to ensure that they had all the information before them, and there were no issues at that meeting. So that being said, we'd ask you to approve the application as submitted, which is subject to the Planning Commission approval.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Perigo, can you make comments here, and especially on your denial of 78 and 81, unless that's changed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The density is appropriate for the RD zoning district. The design of the proposed subdivision does not meet minimum code requirements, and that is why staff is recommending denial of the variance and the tentative map. We do support the waiver and the vacation, and PC found that the entire request was appropriate for this area.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard? This is public comment time on these agenda items. Nobody's coming forward, so we'll close public comment, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Mr. Gronauer. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer, for working with my office on this project, and I appreciate staff's position as well. We move to approve, follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 78.
There's a motion to approve on 78, please, and please vote and post. Motion carries on agenda item 79.
Would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 79.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 79. Please vote and please post. Motion carries on agenda item 80, please.
Would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. A motion to approve on agenda item 80. Please vote and please post. And finally, that motion carries on agenda item 81.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Perigo. Any other additions to any of these items, Mr. Perigo? No? Okay. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 81.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 81, and please post. And that motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Okay, agenda item 82. WVR 60938, public hearing, applicant Blue Marble Development LLC, owner Sharon Development LLC, for possible action request for a waiver of Title 19.02 in the Town Center Development Standards Manual to defer half-street improvements, curb gutter, sidewalk, street lights, streetscape, and amenities adjacent to the site on Darling Road, west of Monte Cristo Road, in conjunction with the approved multifamily residential development on 10.56 acre portion of the 30.25 acre parcel, northwest corner Centennial Parkway and Tenaya Way, TC Town Center Zone, SX-TC, Suburban Mixed-Use Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant or you're still here.
Yes.
Applicant representative here, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the council. Again, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Blue Marble Development. You may remember this project that you see on your overhead there. This was a project that was very controversial a few months ago. We worked very hard with Frank Martin and the neighbors in the area to come up with a list of conditions for the development itself. One of the conditions was to come back and make sure that Darling was going to be built out as a what I call a rural street standard with respect to not having the lights and the sidewalks, etc. And we came up with a landscape palette along Darling there with the block wall and the landscaping and the trees that we would be providing there. It was pretty detailed. I have an exhibit over here of an example of some of the discussions that we had, if I could get your attention. That probably jogs your memory there of what we're doing. So one of the conditions required us to come back and file an application to make sure we come through with the waiver or the variance for the waiver of those offsites. That's the reason why I'm here, and the good news, that's why you don't see 100 people in the audience here objecting, going through.
Sure we
Yes.
all remember.
Yes, so we've worked very closely. We
Yes.
let the neighbors know everything that we're doing. We've actually began construction in the first phase of that development. If you're out in that area, you can see that. But we wanted to make sure we were ensuring all those conditions. So that being said, your Planning Commission did recommend approval, and we were going to ask you to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Title 19 does require the installation of half-street improvements adjacent to all new developments to help direct the flow of traffic and stormwater in an efficient manner. The applicant has agreed to sign a covenant running with the land for possible future half-street improvements on Darling adjacent to the site. However, staff recommends denial as the request does not meet code. Planning Commission found that the waivers were appropriate for the area.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item 82, please come forward. Seeing and hearing none. I'm so glad you did all your meetings and diligent work there. It's wonderful. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Gronauer, via Councilman Beers, had suggested oat feeders along the back trail there for any equestrian folks that want to ride down the trail. So I'm just throwing that at you. He's going to look on his face.
Look at that, he's going to pass out. He's
That's
worked
priceless.
so hard this morning.
I couldn't pay for that.
How about
Don't
dog
throw
on
another
leash?
wrench into this one, please.
No, it is a service horse.
It's service horse.
It is a
And
service
right before
horse.
Thanksgiving. I mean, come on,
I feel bad.
Councilman.
I'm keeping him on his toes.
Okay.
With that, I will move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer, for letting me.
Thank you. There's a
take comment.
motion to approve on agenda item 82. Please vote and please post. And it was a long time and a lot of work, and I
Yes.
just really appreciate everybody working together. This is a great project, and I think what you did in working with the constituents of the area is terrific.
He did. He really went the
You
extra
really
mile.
did. I know
Well-
you're exhausted. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was going to say, happy Thanksgiving. I'm out of here, and I'll see you after Thanksgiving.
You are great. You have a good
Take
time.
care.
Thanks. Okay, agenda item 83, RO 61485, public hearing, applicant owner, WMC Pavilion LLC for possible action, request for review of condition of an approved extension of time EOT 56330 to amend that portion of condition number 1 that states shall expire on October 7, 2016 to shall expire on October 7th of 2019 on 20.68 acres at 209 South Grand Central Parkway, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. It's public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present? Hello.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the City Council. John Laylu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, International Market Centers. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and we ask you to follow staff's recommendations. You all might recall about a year ago, I was in front of you asking for an extension of time for the pavilions at World Market Center. And at that time, I was asking for an extension of time of 5 years, and Councilman Barlow had a number of reservations about an extension of time of that duration.
Correct.
Since that time, I'm happy to report that my client, World Market Center, has worked with Councilman Barlow's office on an extension of time, and here's the reason why. I believe a couple of items ago, Councilman Anthony was mentioning that Las Vegas is on the rebound, and indeed, that's the case. And I'm happy to report that World Market Center is a beneficiary of that rebound, and the pavilions at World Market Center are now being used for the purpose that they were originally intended 10 years ago, and that is a staging area for tenants of a new building. I'm happy to announce that the World Market Center and has been working with Councilman Barlow on a set of milestones for the construction and development of a new facility. The pavilions at the World Market Center are being used and being filled up by new tenants of the World Market Center. So the milestones that were agreed to by my client and Councilman Barlow's office have been memorialized as conditions of approval by staff. My client happily accepts those conditions, and with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
So exciting and so long waited for. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the reasons the applicant has just stated, staff is recommending approval with a 5-year time limit, given the development milestones that he mentioned that are written down as conditions of approval. And with that, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 83, please come forward and state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close it and turn
Your
it
Honor.
over to lucky Councilman Barlow.
Your Honor?
Boy, you are full of beans today. Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I am. I am going to abstain on this. I'm a member of an LLC that is in litigation with the applicant.
Oh, a declaration of guilt. Good. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
Oh, go. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. From your mouth to God's ears, let's hope this goes forward. Thank you so much, with an abstention by Councilman Beers, and rightly so. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful holiday.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving. Agenda item 84. Did we do something with that? No, it was 86. Okay. RQR 58999, public hearing, applicant Outfront Media owner, WMC Pavilions LLC for possible action or request for required review of an approved rezoning 0100-97, which allowed an existing 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign and property bounded by US 95, I-15 Grand Central Parkway, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative? Hello.
Council. Ryan Arnold, 2620 Regatta Drive, here today representing Outfront Media. I just want to say thanks to staff again for the recommendation for approval and would ask the same of the board.
Thank you. Mr. Perigo, any comments beyond what I read in?
No, Your Honor, we recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? I'm looking at these gentlemen there. I know they're going to stand up on something. Yes, not yours. I'll close the public hearing.
Your
And
Honor?
so, who said that?
That was me way down here at the end.
Oh,
I am a member of an
same.
LLC in litigation with this applicant, so I'm going to abstain.
okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate that. And, all right, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
On 84, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Ross disappeared. Do we have enough? Yes, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, agenda item 85, RQR 58995, public hearing, applicant owner Oxford Technology, Inc., for possible action or request for required review of an approved special use permit, U 023094, for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2310 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've had a
John Mowbray.
long day, Mr. Mowbray.
Oh, I did some things intervening between
Okay.
this morning and now. It's a pleasure to appear here today on behalf of Mrs. Phyllis Frias, the owner of Oxford Technology, and I have Mrs. Frias' property manager, Chris Reef, here with me. Let me give you a little history of this property. Charles.
And did you say your name? I'm sorry, I said it, but you didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. John Mowbray, 300 South 4th Street, 14th floor, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. Mr. and Mrs. Frias, Charlie and Phyllis Frias, bought this property back in 1986. This particular outdoor sign has been placed on the property for the last 20 years, and we are presently before the council on the third of a three-year review period. The sign meets all the development standards, the standards for location, zoning, area, height, screening, off-premise regulations, and some miscellaneous. The only, where it's running, I believe the reason why it's coming back every 3 years, it's located in the National Scenic Byway. And as we heard this morning, this area is in transition with the proceedings. And staff has recommended denial, but if approved, they have certain conditions they've outlined that the applicant is in agreement with the exception of one. Instead of a 3-year review period, I would suggest a 5. And why would I suggest a 5? I was advised that the reason you want a 3-year is to keep a short leash on the owner to make sure that the sign is properly maintained. If there's graffiti, it's cleaned up. If there's an issue with pigeons, they're addressed. I would like to spend maybe 3 minutes now and give you a little bit of a background on the owners behind Oxford Technology. Back in 1959, 4 years after the opening of John C. Fremont School, a young lady traveled west from Texas and got a job as a change girl in downtown Las Vegas. She came to visit her sister, who had moved here several years before. She was only planning to stay for a few weeks, kind of a paid vacation, and that morphed into a month or two. Well, her husband back in Texas got a little lonely, and he drove west on the old Route 66. He came out here, met his wife, saw that she had a job working as his change girl, and he was a former military contractor working off base in Texas, and he said, called her babe, you want to go back? And she said, I kind of like it here. So with the flip of a coin, heads they stay, tails they go, the coin landed and they decided to stay. And this fellow, Charlie Frias, said, well, you know what, I'll go out and see if I can get a job out at the air base. And he did, but he needed to supplement his income. So he went down to the union hall, and he's sitting there looking for a second job. And the steward came in and said, we need a cab driver. He said, I'm your man. And he started working for this little union cab company in North Las Vegas, a 5-cab company. Absentee owner, was owned by a lady from Ohio, and things were kind of a little bit in turmoil. He took it upon himself to supervise the other drivers. One driver one day decided he needed new tires for his personal car. He pulled 4 off the rack, and Charlie said, put those back. And the driver said, who are you to tell me? I'm the new manager here. He wasn't. It was a field promotion. So when the owner found out about that, now this is in the late 1959, 1960, she came out, she said, you know, I'm kind of tired. How would you, and they went out to the old Swanky's Club on the Boulder Highway. I think the only person that would remember that would be Councilman Coffin. And the owner said, would you like to buy the company? Of course, they're living from paycheck to paycheck. How could they do that? Well, they worked it out. Now we're in 2015. Charlie passed away about 8 years ago. They built the largest transportation company in the state, Frias Transportation. Charlie and Phyllis Frias have given back to this community. There's an elementary school in the county named after them. 2 years ago, the largest county park in the state, Charlie Frias Park, was dedicated at the corner of Decatur and Tropicana. When the siren went out for help to get the Smith Center, which is a world-class facility, who answered the call? Mrs. Frias, one of the original founders of that institution. She's a giver, she's part of this community, and if you were to grant the use permit review and extend it for 5 years, I assure you that owner will be here to answer any questions about graffiti, pigeon droppings, or anything else. Now, Mrs. Frias currently, like I said, is managing the largest transportation company in the state. Last year, when the statistics came out about the modified business tax, Frias Transportation was like number 60. How many companies can you think in the state of Nevada can say they have a woman founding operator in the top 100? I submit not too many. So she's a good corporate citizen. She's a person of her word. And I assure you, if there's anything that needs to be done to fix this billboard over the next 5 years, it'll be done post-haste.
Beautiful story. Please wish her a happy Thanksgiving.
Will do.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Anybody dare come up here after that beautiful story? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Rankin to make a report.
Please, Mr. Rankin.
As the applicants indicated, this is located in the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway. Part of that plan that was adopted by council recommends that any existing off-premise signs not be renewed and be removed in order to maintain the corridor. And as such, staff is supporting that plan and is recommending denial.
Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval, subject to all conditions as outlined by staff, except for the 3-year limitation, which would be 5 years in my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve at an extension of 5 years rather than 3. Please vote, and please post. Bingo.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for coming down. Now, agenda item 86 has been obeyed to January 6th of 2016. 87, SUP 60975, public hearing, applicant George LBY2 Inc., owner Bershan LV2 LLC for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment within a proposed 1,435 square foot restaurant, 2600 West Sahara Suite 115, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Applicant or representative present?
Yes.
No, there is no applicant here. Okay, Councilman, Mr. Perigo, do you want to make any comments on this?
Yes, we are recommending approval.
Okay, a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? 87? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, you're going to do this on behalf of Councilwoman.
Well, no, I was. Yes, on behalf of Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation subject to all conditions on this item.
Thank you.
Everything is in order.
Thank you. This motion to approve on agenda item 87. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 88, SUP 60984, public hearing, applicant Sam, how do you pronounce that? Sue, how are you? Owner Charleston Festival Retail LLC for possible action request for special use permit for a proposed 1,520 square foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 50 feet from a residential zone where 400 feet is required at 6340 West Charleston, Suite number 130, C1 Limited Commercial, also in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial and the Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing item, and I declare that open. Is the applicant or representative present? I guess both are present.
James E. Smith, 7251 Westlake Mead, attorney for Mr. Sue, who's also present.
Thank you.
I would ask the court to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission. We're open to any questions. This is a rather large strip mall across from the community college. Mr. Sue and his wife have been operating a business there for a couple of years, but it's in a C1, and a lot of the students and faculty at the College of Southern Nevada have been requesting massages, but he's limited to reflexology, and so he wants to expand this. He's got approval from his landlord, and the space is perfect for it. And we'd ask that the Planning Commission's recommendation be approved. And I think the Planning Commission had the opportunity to hear from some of his clientele, and by the end of their testimonials, I think a couple members were ready to go to his place for reflexology.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've asked Mr. Rankin to make a report.
Madam Mayor, staff is unable to support the requested waiver of the residential distance separation. However, the Planning Commission did make a finding for approval in that the direct access to this site to the residential required you to go out through the right-of-way, and there was no direct access. And they recommend approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anybody would like to come forward, please come up to the microphone, state your name for the record. We do not need your address, just your name, sir, please.
Mike Pachowski.
Can you push the button right there?
I'm sorry.
There it is. Somebody did it for you.
I'm just getting closer. Okay. Mike Pachowski, U.S. Air Force, retired, disabled veteran. I've worked in areas that understands the rationale on why they don't want a massage parlor in the area. Having been a client of theirs for over a year, and I have looked for a lot of places to help me out because of my injuries, and literally this is the only place I found where I got results that lasted more than a few hours. I was able to cut down on my pain medication after visits. Now granted, it goes back up right away, but there's a couple days there where I'm able to function. I'm also a foster parent that deals with medically fragile children. Once I have their techniques taken care of on me, I'm able to get on the floor and roll around with some of them. Wow. But the rest of the time, I'm not able to. because I just can't afford to go all the time. But these are a very much a family-type business, very professional. If you saw the interior of it, you could see why it's not one of these massage parlors that people would be leery of in their neighborhood. And again, I was a Navy medic, and then later on went as a special agent for the Air Force Office Special Investigations. And I do understand the rationale why they don't want a massage parlor so close to housing. But as they mentioned, if you look, there's no reports from Metro indicating that they've ever had a problem there, and I know they would be looking. And secondly, you also have, it's not easy access for kids to go there, but it's still a case I have had and made recommendations for any family members or friends of mine that have come down here. So it's an exceptional place. I'd hate to see it close because of the technicality of somebody thinking of it as a massage parlor. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you for coming down. And anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. That certainly is wonderful testimonial, Mr. Sue. So, Councilman Barlow, I would imagine you are handling this also for Councilwoman. Question?
A question, thank you, Mayor.
Please.
Of the applicant. How much do you charge? You talked about students from the community college expressing an interest in study. This is a question for the owner, the applicant. What do you charge?
How much we charge for a student?
Well, for people, public, and I don't know if you've got a student rate, but that's a question.
Oh, so
he just wants to know what your prices are.
Oh, okay. So we give it a discount for the military and for senior and for student. We normally charge 60, but we charge like 40 for the military and the students.
You say $60 for a treatment?
For regular, yes.
Is that a half hour or
1 hour?
1 hour of reflexology. Or do you do full massage and reflexology?
We do reflexology, yes.
Okay, so you do have the student discount and a senior citizen discount?
Senior discount and student discount.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I believe the reflexology. I know it works. So I just was curious what you're going to charge. I suppose that's got to be the market rate. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. And yes, sir, you wanted to add something?
Yeah.
Would you repeat your name?
Mike Pachowski. I also have discussed with some of the trainers across at the college that trained for massage, and they have said that their group has been a lot of their best students. I don't like to pass on secondhand information, but he told me this at the last meeting. So
thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the public hearing's closed, and Councilman Barlow, how about proceeding with this?
Yes, on behalf of Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions on this item. It is in order.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. It sounds terrific. Looks
Happy
like a nice center.
Thanksgiving.
Motion
Thanksgiving.
carries. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 89 and 90. SUP 61048 and a request for a special use permit for a mixed-use development northeast corner of Charleston and 3rd Street, number 90 SDR 61050, on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 4-story mixed-use development, including 1,750 square feet of commercial space and 60 multifamily residential units with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design requirements. The applicant owner is Big Block Partners, LLC, on .69 acres at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and 3rd Street, C2, General Commercial Zone. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor.
And your name, please, and who represents who?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the rest of the council. My name is Gerald Shirley with Omni Architecture, 2520 St. Rose Parkway. To the right is my associate, Ryan Allard, also of Omni Architecture. We appreciate the recommendation for approval, and we are here to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit about these buildings, or this building?
I don't know if you can see this or not. The project is located at the corner of 3rd and Charleston with, where the ground floor will be a mixed-use project of retail, approximately 1,750 square feet, with walk-up townhomes adjacent to the 3rd Street pedestrian and bike trail that's going to be developed there. This will end up being a terminus for that trail, and we feel that the mixed-use portion of it, with having a retail sector on the bottom floor, will actually create a synergy between that corner and help out the area.
Wonderful. Mr. Perigo, do you want to make some comments, and then I'll go to the public?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked Mr. Rankin to make the report. Madam Mayor, the proposed development meets the downtown Centennial Plan goal of encouraging new pedestrian-oriented commercial, professional, and residential growth in the 18B Arts District. The architectural design of the building allows for the street activation through the addition of storefronts and retail plazas. As such, staff and the Planning Commission are both recommending approval of this item.
Wonderful. What is the timeline here?
We hope to break ground in March or April of next
Beautiful.
year.
Public hearing, is there anybody left who would like to come talk on this issue, or these two agenda items? Okay, hearing, seeing none, we'll close them, and Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Question is, does this footprint include those two single-story buildings that have rental units in them? I'm thinking of John Pacheco, the artist. Is he an occupant of one of those buildings?
No, sir, not at this time.
He's not there in that area?
Actually, I'm not sure, to be honest. Are you talking about, will he be living in the space? Or?
Will you be evicting people from these existing buildings soon or later?
We're in the process of relocating a wedding chapel that has been also in the Planning Commission for the relocation of the chapel, but other portions of it will be demolished. The
Okay.
Mona Lisa.
What I'm hoping is to not see at that lot a vacant lot scraped clean until it is absolutely necessary.
No, sir. The design actually takes up the entire block of that area.
All right, the point is demolition should not occur until you're really ready to build.
Correct.
I want to make sure that's clear because that area is always a little touchy. That's an arts area. It's fighting hard for its image.
Yes, sir.
And we don't want to have a mess there for any longer than absolutely necessary.
No, sir. It's an expedited schedule.
All right. And if Mr. Pacheco is a tenant there, let him stay there as long as he can.
And could I ask a question, Councilman
ma'am.
Coffin? You said it was walk-up, there's no elevator?
No, there are. The way that it's designed is, if you can see this, these are townhomes here. There's approximately 3 townhomes where they walk up to, I'm sorry, kind of scatterbrained. So these are the walk-up townhomes. You can enter from this ground level, or on the second floor, we have a pedestrian podium above a ground level parking garage. They'll be able to enter the second floor there. The other units are your conventional units where you would have your elevator and your stairs that would lead up to the second, third, and fourth level.
Thank you. And are they rental, or are they combination of rental and condominium sales?
As I understand it, there will be rentals.
Rentals. Okay. Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Well, thank you. You're welcome, Your Honor. I think we welcome this development there, and I live just a quarter mile away, so don't have any problems. Okay, I move for approval of item 89.
Motion to approve on agenda item 89. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. On agenda item 90 then, please. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 90. Please vote and please post. Good luck and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving.
All right, agenda item 91, SDR 60932, public hearing, applicant Western Cab Company owner Solterra Holding at Nevada LLC for possible action or request for a site development plan review, temporary parking lot with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan development standards on 1.26 acres, northeast corner of First and Hoover Avenue, C2, General Commercial, Ward 3. With Councilman Coffin, staff recommends denial, Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing that I declare open, and I see the applicant has a representative present. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, J.T. Moran III, Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, representing my family on this application, Western Cab. You'll notice that the Planning Commission did unanimously approve our request when presented to them. This specifically, if I can go to the overhead just quickly, and I know you guys have been here a long time today. This is actually off of the hard corner of First and Gas, or First and Hoover, depending upon where you're at. It's 1.26 acres. And at this point in time, what we've done is we've secured this location through Solterra to utilize this location as a satellite parking lot. We ran out of temporary commercial permit applications. Those expired about 3 or 4 months ago. We could obtain up to 3 of those, I believe 3 6-month, and so none of those were left under the code the way it's written. Would have required a text amendment. So at this point in time, we're asking for a short-term parking lot, not to exceed 3 years in length and time, with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan because of the fact that the on-site improvements of what the downtown Centennial Plan would require would be arduous and extremely expensive. We are, however, in the process right now, before the weather gets too cold, of rehabbing the location. We will be applying a recycled asphalt material to the location, very similar to what we did when we first started the temporary commercial permit going back over a year ago. That will be followed by the application of an oil emulsion product, and then we'll be restriping. But we've maintained the site very well since we took occupancy. We'd like to continue doing that. And we're trying to be a good neighbor at this location. Again, to hear Mr. Mowbray speak of Mr. Frias, you could speak of Mr. Herb Tobman in the same tone. I would feel remiss not to mention that he's also been in the business and was in the business up until the time that he passed away. We started off with 2 medallions, and now we have 186 medallions.
Wow.
We've kind of outgrown the location, but in this last legislative session, as you know, we've taken on a new competitor. And our company, my family, we've always encouraged competition so long as we're all on a level playing field. There's no one that I know in the taxi business that operates safer, more transparent, and better than Western Cab. It's run by 3 ladies, my mother and my 2 aunts. And we have a general manager who's also a female as well, who was with my grandfather since she was, I believe, 18 years old, and is still with the company. But what we've really tried to solve is the off-site parking, the employee parking. What has come with the growth of this taxi cab company, which is, again, it's pretty amazing the business that we're doing at this location. It comes with a lot of employee parking, and these employees were parking on the rights-of-way, public rights-of-way, off-site. And so we reached out to Solterra while they were deciding how they were going to develop their parcel. They have land use entitlements to go high-rise residential condominium. We reached out to them. We're paying them good money for the lease of the space. We're maintaining it, and we've been able to take all of the off-site parking and place it on-site, and we would like to continue doing that for the next 3 years or up to 3 years. We've had a number of conversations with Councilman Coffin, his representative, his assistant liaison, his representative on the Planning Commission as well. We're in agreement with the as-approved conditions. that the Planning Commission addressed. And we just, again, we're after this last legislative session, we're kind of retooling our business plan. And we had plans to possibly relocate and build a big master transportation facility. But now taking into account the opportunity of maybe going to a more of an independent contractor arrangement and leasing these medallions to individuals where they would not be driving our cars, they would be driving someone else's cars, we may not need to develop that size of a facility. Not saying that that's the direction that we're going, but we are contemplating and considering all of our options, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council members. So with that, we're just looking for time, and we feel that the satellite parking lot as is, with the waivers, is the solution. I have a lot of friends in the downtown area. In fact, my office that I've worked at for the last 15 years, which is owned by my dad, it's the firm that he founded. It's literally 3 blocks down the road. But I've conjured a lot of friends in the neighborhood, and this was becoming a problem with First Friday, when that was really the only event that was really happening downtown, was all of this off-site parking. But since then, there's been so many more events downtown that parking became more and more problematic. And so this is really the solution. And this is really us just trying to be a good neighbor, and at kind of a reasonable number, you know, in terms of price, in terms of what we would have to invest in someone else's property to be a good neighbor. And so we're just asking for a limited period of time. And again, we appreciate your time and the time of your staff, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parago?
Yeah, I've asked Mr. Rankin to make the report on this one, please.
Madam Mayor, the site doesn't meet the minimum design standards of the Downtown Centennial Plan and requires a waiver. As such, staff is unable to make a recommendation for approval and is recommending denial. Planning Commission did find the waiver to be appropriate, and they're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody, this public hearing item, anybody wishing to come forward on this item? Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. And Councilman Coffin, do you want to go forward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I want to go on a history of this. I do recall the first movement, when it was just a dirty vacant lot, and you wanted a 6-month, John, and we gave you 6, and then I think another 6 months. You've done well. I don't have complaints. I mean, there's a complaint postcard in here from a guy who lists Austin, Texas as his mailing address. He probably owns a piece of property close by, but in any event, I think you've done a good job, because we're not getting complaints about pollution. That was the main problem. However, if you're asking for a longer period of time, you're essentially asking for a waiver from the temporary parking lot restrictions. I mean, the temporary provisions you mentioned, but they're not really formal, the statements about oiling and or dust proofing that soil for up to 3 years. And I'm curious, staff, you know, the measures that JT here has mentioned, how good are they for? I'm inclined to keep this on a shorter leash, John. Well, you know what I'm saying. He's talked about measures, Tom, that would be longer term, using recycled asphalt and oiling.
Through the mayor, of course, Councilman.
Oh, I think maybe I'll ask you, JT, to describe what you mean when you say these things.
Sure. Okay, so through the mayor, of course, to the councilman. Councilman, so here's one thing that I left out. We've been working with air quality control for the county, and with Mike Engelhardt and Ron Lynn, who's the director over in the county that oversees air quality in Clark County, not just unincorporated Clark, but also all of the other municipalities. And we've worked with him in terms of emission abatement. We reached out to them, they reached out to us, and what they've asked of us is to redo the lot with 4 inches of this RAF product, which is a recycled asphalt product. We did it once. We laid down the recycled asphalt. This was a year and a half ago. We have plans to lay that down again. And then they're calling for this oil emulsion product that is laid on top of the recycled, pounded down, recycled asphalt. And then after that's done, and you can only do it in certain weather temperatures, so they were getting a little bit concerned, but we've this window of a little
too
more
cold.
warm weather has opened up, and so they're going to be doing that. I was going to hold this matter in abeyance, but I didn't, because I wanted to come back and show you these nice pictures of what we did, but we still wanted to make sure that the proposal that we had submitted that they already agreed to was accepted, and we wanted to have a signed bid from the general contractor to go forward with that, and that just didn't happen in time for today's meeting. But we're going to be doing it so that it is consistent and commensurate with the guidelines of air quality
I'll
control.
tell you what, I'm going to move to abate, JT, so that I can get this clear in my mind, because I can't tell how close that comes to the requirements for a temporary parking lot. Because you're waived right now from many of those requirements. And so,
Yeah, this is precise. You probably don't need to abate, because this is probably precisely like I think you'll be proud when you see what
well, the
is done.
question I have here, give me the timeline on those three different things. You talk about,
Oh, timeline. Oh, we're going to get it done in 2 days. And we're
The-
also working with the city, because you guys are doing a bunch of off-site improvements through that area, so it's the perfect time to do it.
okay, so you'd be doing, laying down the crushed asphalt. Did you be applying an oiled layer to that?
Yes.
Some sort of adherence thing, and then...
They call it oil and
And then
mulch.
striping them
That's
more
correct.
permanently.
And then we have tuberty going back in and straightening the fence where it's kind of fallen down in a few areas.
Oh,
just to
okay,
make it-
all right, all right. Does that come close enough to our, what we call a temporary parking lot standard?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, through you. Yeah, I believe so. And the city has worked with air quality on some of our sites with a very similar technique with recycled asphalt and the oils and everything to really control that dust and create sort of a semi-permanent parking facility.
Okay, all right. All right.
And so we defer to the air quality on that, and we think that that's sufficient.
Of course, your arrangement with Solterra is that it's not endless, so I assume that they come up with a deal of some kind, you're out. Is that right?
Well, I mean, if they would sell the parcel to us for fair market value, then we would have probably bought it by now. But
Gotcha.
the problem is they're in it like at 10 times market value, and they're not missing any meals up there in Canada. That's the company Solterra.
I know they are
They've got
not.
plenty of money, so
They're doing
they're
quite
not
well up
interested in
there.
selling this
All right,
property to us for
good.
$2
Then I'll move
million.
for approval with a 3-year time limit.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 91, subject to all conditions, I gather. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the whole family.
And if I
Same.
may,
Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
through you
Yes.
to Mr. Moran, good to see the family out there for Veterans Day, supporting our troops.
Oh, definitely.
I
That
know
was a good time.
it's hard to miss the parade when it's right outside your office door.
I know. We've
So it
been
worked
doing
out
that for
perfectly, but
15
it was good to
years.
see you guys.
My dad makes attendance mandatory, actually, for that.
Oh, that's good.
This
I
time
like
I
it.
actually had a pretty good time. Councilman Anthony was there, which was nice. He walked through, and it was a good time. It was a great parade, too.
Wasn't it?
I mean, it went on for an hour and a half. I couldn't
Biggest
believe
west
it.
of the Mississippi. We know what we're doing here.
No, it really was a good parade because, there wasn't a lot of length and time between bands and different things.
Right.
I mean, it was like loaded up, and there was a lot to see, and great job.
Thank you.
job.
Thank you.
Happy
We had a
Thanksgiving.
good time, and it was a great
Yeah.
celebration.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, agenda items 92 through 98 have been withdrawn, and 99 has been stricken. So, at this point, we will set the date. Is there anything, did I miss? 99, 100, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals in the city planning commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the moments of citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, the amount as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited. Any member of the public that's still with us? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to agenda item number 102. And I can't find how you open this book. Council member recognition, comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any members of the council that wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, and I'm going to start off with Councilman Barlow, Ward 5, Tomorrow night, the 19th, which is tomorrow night's Thursday, tree lighting at Lorenzi Park, right at the main entrance, 6 p.m. sharp. Tree lighting, Lorenzi Park. It's open to the public at the main entrance of Lorenzi Park. And from Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, in celebration of Thanksgiving, shall be hosting dinners for our Ward 1 seniors, including Clark Towers, Monday, November 23rd at 11:30 a.m. And it says here 4 Queens. Then James Down Towers on Tuesday, November 24th at 1 p.m. And I would gather that's probably there, but you'll check with her staff in Ward 1 to find out. And then third is Stella Fleming on Tuesday, November 24th at 1 p.m. So there are 2 at 1 p.m. The same time. And Sartini Plaza on Wednesday, November 25th at 2 p.m. at Arizona Charlie's. But please contact Councilwoman Tarkanian's staff to be sure of the location. It looks like it might all be at the 4 Queens on those different days. And with that, I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem. Go first, then go down to the right, and then we'll pick up Councilman Coffin, and then I'll close.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I feel bad for our technical staff in the back because we bounced around so much. Ward 6 announcements. Of course, it is Thanksgiving, and that is my good friend there, Jeremy Washington, who brought me a couple of pies the other day. Thanks, Jeremy, for that. Big event. Our largest annual event, I believe, is our annual Cowboy Christmas, which is right around the corner. It is December 5th at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. We've lengthened it from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Because of popular demand. Families really enjoy this event. Mayor, I think you will be out there with me. There'll be a classic car show, hay rides, petting zoo, jump house. Santa Claus will be out there as well, so Councilman Beers can come out and get his photograph taken with Santa Claus for the family. I know that's always important. So please come on out. It is a free event. Lots of kids out there singing from the choirs or in the surrounding schools. On a more serious note, you're coming out there, aren't you, Mr. Rankin?
Actually, Katie Rankin will be singing with her choir there.
Is that right?
And I will be there. I only missed the one when it rained and snowed.
We canceled the one when it snowed.
I know, but I was there anyway.
You were there.
I had to get in my car and leave.
You're a good man.
Your Honor?
You're a good fan.
Your Honor?
Okay, yes.
If I could, I ask Mayor Pro Tem Ross to clarify holiday elf contest for puppies. Are puppies the prize, or
That's in place.
are puppies dressing up?
It's interesting you should ask that question, Councilman.
Okay.
Last year, Mayor Goodman challenged me to include a dog show contest. So the holiday elf contest for puppies is Mayor Goodman's idea of throwing a little twist into it. So it's not you win puppies, dress your puppy up as an elf and come on out to the park. And,
For which you will get a prize
you
if
will
you
get a
are
prize,
the
yeah.
best.
You will get a
and
prize.
the cutest.
So
I have a Middle Earth sheepdog.
Okay, bring him on
I
out.
might bring her down.
Bring her on out.
As an elf.
Bring her on
Small,
out as an
large
elf.
elf.
So, thank you for that, Councilman Beers. Thanks for that, Mr. Rankin. I appreciate you coming out there, and we look forward to seeing you hearing your daughter sing. On a more serious note, we do continue our partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We do have a missing young lady. Monica Sandoval goes by MJ or Lady. She's 16 years old, about 5'3". Last contact was on November 11th. She does have Sandoval tattooed on her right arm. Last seen around Rochelle and Jones Boulevard. She's got a labret lip piercing below the lower lip. Her hair is shorter on sides and longer on the top and back. It is not known what she's wearing, but if you know the whereabouts of this young lady, or Monica, if you're seeing this right now, call Nevada Child Seekers 702-458-7009 or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111. And Mayor, Council, and all staff members have a wonderful holiday. If you want to stay in touch with me, there's several ways to do that, and that's certainly the best place is LasVegasNevada.gov/Ward6, and my number's there as well if you need to reach out. So have a safe holiday and think about others who are less fortunate than we are.
Yes, that
Thank you,
is
Mayor.
so right. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite everyone to my next shredding event. It's going to be Saturday, November 21st at 10 a.m., 10 to noon. It's going to be held at the Desert Shores Community Center, right in the middle of Desert Shores. If you're a resident of Desert Shores, come out. If you live in the general vicinity, come out too and You can shred up to 5 boxes of sensitive material so that you do not become a victim of identity theft. It's free of charge, and it helps Opportunity Village, who shreds all the paperwork to help them with their mission. So thank you, and have a great Thanksgiving.
Great. Councilman Beers.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. We're having our last Beers with Beers of the year tomorrow night. We will be out at 3 Angry Wives Pub, which is in Boca Park, Charleston, and Rampart from 5:30 to 7:30. Also, we're going to have a public information meeting in a couple of weeks. They're going to be putting a cable barrier safety rail in the middle of the Summerlin Parkway to prevent vehicles that are out of control from crossing the median and hitting other people. There's going to be a public information meeting about this project Tuesday, December 8th from 4 to 6 in the afternoon at the Angel Park Golf Course Clubhouse. On this day in music history, November 18th, 2001, Britney Spears brought her Dream Within a Dream tour to the MGM Grand Garden Arena, showcasing 15 of her greatest hits and 15 wild outfits, this one apparently purloined from Elvis Presley. The concert was witnessed by millions of fans as it was broadcast live on cable TV. A DV was released in 2002, and Britney in Las Vegas, together forever.
Beautiful. Question, having driven around that golf course, is the entry where that meeting's going to be held off the Rampart or off the Durango?
Rampart.
Off of Rampart?
No entry off of Durango.
Okay. So anybody that wants to come to that meeting on the divider for the Summerlin Parkway would come into the clubhouse
Just go into
off
the golf
of
course
Rampart,
parking lot.
just south of the Summerlin Parkway.
Just south of Summerlin Parkway.
Great,
Right off
thank you.
Rampart. Yep.
Thank you. Tomorrow, Thursday, November 19th, I'll be participating with other mayors from around the community at the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast at Texas Station at 8 a.m. The annual gathering draws high school students and community leaders of multiple faiths from around the valley in an effort to promote peace and understanding and also give some inspiration to our students, particularly in light of the unrest in the world today, much of which has its origin in religious differences. The Mayor's Prayer Breakfast really serves to educate our future generations. The people of various faiths can coexist, and I'm proud to be part of this effort and have been since 2011. If you haven't already, log on to Opportunity Village's website and register for the Great Santa Run this year. We're competing to take back the title of the most participants from our rivals in Liverpool, England. So get your red suits ready and reserve Saturday, December 5th in the morning for this special event, which benefits, of course, a wonderfully worthy cause. Warmest Thanksgiving wishes to all of you, and great thanks to everyone who's helped us get through another day by staying all the way through everything, especially our technical crew and our staff. And our next City Council meeting will be Wednesday, December 2nd at 9 a.m. here in the Chamber Council. And we thank you all again, and thank you, council members, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for being there and of such great wisdom for us. And staff, thank you. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and thank you, our clerks. Wonderful. We are adjourned. Thank you.